Okay, the first item of business is that we swear in a new member today. So if Michael McFarland, our new member, would come up, and I'll swear you in so you can begin your term of office immediately. So will you please raise your right hand? And I will have this oath of office, and so repeat after me. I, Michael McFarland.
Michael McFarland,
do solemnly swear
that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of California,
and the Constitution of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you're a member of the Staggered Board of Education. Okay. Thank you. And, all right. So with that, the board will now take up items on closed session. So we're going to have to unfortunately clear the audience because we're going to go into closed session. And the board will be discussing or taking action on the following cases in the closed session: Cruz versus State, DJ versus State, Today's Fresh Start versus the State Board of Education, and MSC and the State Board of Education. So I'll have your report. So the State Board will reconvene, and we will begin with the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, President Kirst.
Oh, before you proceed, sorry, I need to announce that at the closed session, the State Board of Education discussed or took action on the following cases: Cruz versus State, DJ versus State, Today's Fresh Start versus State Board of Education, and MSC. State Superintendent.
Thank you, President Kirst. And board members, a lot has been happening. It's been busy, it's been productive, it's been positive over these past few weeks. So giving you a quick snapshot of some of the highlights of these last few weeks and the progress made. First, of course, we're just a few days away from the full results of this year's CASP, the Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. And as you know, we tested 3.2 million students, all but 900 students connected to the internet to take the test. So extraordinary efforts were made by school districts across the state, and our collective effort with the legislature and with the governor got us some of the infrastructure dollars needed to make that investment and make those connections. Yes, isn't it phenomenal? 900 out of 3.2
Exceeds
million.
anything I ever would have expected.
And we're talking about very remote parts of the state in Del Norte and Mono County that we're far from being able to get to. So we're working on further connections, and I'll just be thanking publicly the team that did such a great job. We moved forward in fine form, again, through this testing period compared to a lot of other states that stumbled or tripped along the way. And I want to thank the entire team that made this possible, Carrick Ashley and Michelle Center, the assessment and accountability team, and just, again, acknowledge extraordinary work. So as you know, this new test is completely different than the STAR. So we want to be very clear in communicating the results in the next few days, the next few weeks, the next few months. And I just outlined 4 points of that clear communication process. One, the new tests are more challenging than previous tests, but that is because we're requiring students to learn new skills important for the 21st century. And secondly, this year's scores will serve as a baseline by which to compare future years. Third, the test cannot be reliably compared to the old STAR results. And 4, results are just one measure of students' progress. So stay tuned, that's coming, and our message through our teachers and administrators and through our parent councils is positive about where we're headed. Next, another bit of good news just over the last few weeks. The CDE launched on our website a local control funding formula, state priorities snapshot on its website. So in our normal trends of transparency and better communication, you see a fantastic one-stop shopping location for any member of the public who wants to find information about their school or their district. It's filled with tons of information. People can learn about the dropout or graduation rates at their local school, again, or their local district, or the district across town, or at the other end of the state. It also has information on suspensions, school demographics, advanced placement exams, participation in career technical education programs, among many, many other topics. This is what it looks like. It's colorful, it's easy to follow, and it's on our website. I'll pass around a copy so you can see that. So I want to thank all the staff that's made that possible. Next, I'd like to share that we are sponsoring legislation. As you know, Senator Carol Liu is carrying the bill to suspend Casey for the next 3 years while we determine whether to continue with the test or upgrade the test or determine a new way to define and measure success in our schools and what are the minimum standards behind a high school diploma. So that is moving forward, and we hope it gets to the governor's desk, and we hope the governor would sign it. Now, as you know, I also unveiled a roadmap, gave each of you a copy today. I'd like to actually call it a STAR map, since our North Star is this whole set of values and initiatives and programs to have our students be ready for 21st century careers. The Blueprint for Great Schools version 2 is an action plan, again, from a team of experts around the state who banded together to lay out this pathway, this action plan. I compare it to launching a rocket. The first phase we did 4 years ago, we're up and going. This brings us to newer, higher heights and brighter futures. We're very pleased, again, of the teamwork that's been going on here in the department as we've shared this blueprint with LEAs and education partners across the state. We have internally in the department had working teams developed across divisions, across branches, to tackle each one of the state priorities, to tackle each one of the recommendations in the plan. One of the key recommendations of the Blueprint for Great Schools is to establish an accountability and continuous improvement task force. I'm very pleased that we have CTA President Eric Hines and AXA Executive Director Wes Smith agreeing to co-chair this important task force as we look at a new accountability system, a paradigm shift from the old system of test and judge, test and punish, to support and improve. One more note here on the technology front, we did receive another boost. Speaking of rockets and boosting, No Child Left Offline initiative. The legislature and governor again saw fit to address the need of internet connectivity and put $50 million in the budget. The department is already putting out the guidelines for the grants for how we can deploy that $50 million. Last year's $27 million resulted in connecting to another 171 sites around the state, getting the last mile completed. And with this additional $50 million, we know we'll go a lot farther and also address capacity and speed as part of what we need in supplying internet service to our schools. Lastly, unfortunately, we did not get the waiver we requested from the U.S. Department of Education. They denied our ESEA waiver on the SES issue and the flexibility we were seeking. While this is disappointing, the net result of denying this waiver has been that other states, 43 other states, have already got in place. It reduces our access to academically struggling students to high-quality programs. So we're going to communicate further with the U.S. Department of Education. We're pleased to see that in the ESEA reauthorization, they do not include this onerous requirement of sequestering the Title I money and setting it aside for only one purpose. So in the end of the day, we're lobbying Congress and going to keep going and hope that they will soon pass an historic update to the ESEA, which does not include these kind of onerous requirements. Overall, real positive progress. Mr. President, thank you and your team, your board members, each of you, for your involvement in many of these task force and efforts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have the usual announcements and some new ones before we get into the agenda. First, I want to congratulate two of our members, Board Member Williams and Board Member Molina, for being approved by the Senate, unanimous approval by the Senate. So welcome back for another 4 years of fun and frolics. All right. Okay, and then, of course, it's my pleasure to introduce a little bit more in detail our new student board member, Michael McFarland, who is a senior at Palos Verdes Peninsula High School. He is also a member of the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District Board of Education. He holds several positions in the various California State Association of Student Councils. He's the founder and president of the Palos Verdes Peninsula Reach Out and Read Club and president of its National Ocean Sciences Bowl for the National Sciences Bowl team. He's also a member of the high school varsity soccer and varsity tennis teams. And I didn't give you all, and then my question was, when does he sleep? And I'm awfully glad I went to high school in the 1950s and could, be much more relaxed. And so, okay. So thank you and welcome, and we look forward to working with you. In addition, the State Board office will be posting recruitment announcements on Friday for recruiting people to the Instructional Quality Commission, Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, and the Advisory Commission on Special Education, and the 216, 217 Student Board member. Member Burr will make more specific remarks during her liaison report on some of these items this afternoon. Changes in our agenda. Item 2 has been withdrawn by the California Department of Education. Item 4 has been withdrawn from the agenda by the petitioner. This is a charter school, the International Slavic Language School of West Sacramento. There is one public hearing on today's agenda, which will be taken up after lunch. Also, we will have Spanish interpreter services available for the public hearing on Academia Advanced Charter School renewal. The following items have been added as an addendum to item 1. We have an attachment 2 for that item, which is a PowerPoint presentation entitled Starting Points, Understanding the Smarter Balanced Baseline Scores, which will be presented by CDE. Our proposed waiver consent items include waivers 1 through 10. Board members, if you wish to remove items from the proposed consent calendar, advise the executive director by noon today. Board members, you have your electronic red folders with the letters. We have an electronic agenda and 1 print copy in the lobby. Board speakers before the board, please identify yourselves, sign in on the appropriate forms, and you're limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Then general public comment is also available today for 2 minutes for speakers who want to speak on items not listed on the board agenda. If you have anything you want to give to the board, please provide 25 copies to Amy Bubico, who is down there at the front desk. Speakers, identify yourselves before you speak, and turn on your microphones, board members. So with that, we will begin now with item 1, which is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, and the lead CD presenter will be Carrick Ashley. This is an information item.
Good morning. Thank you, President Kurz, Superintendent Torlakson. I'll turn on my microphone now. Board members, new member McFarland, welcome. We will be starting with the PowerPoint presentation that President Kurz mentioned. I believe it also got emailed to you, so if you want to pull it up on your personal computer or laptops, you can do that. A couple slides may be easier to see if you pull it up locally. It should be or coming on the screen in front of you. We have done some larger screenshots for some of the slides so that they would be easy to read, or at least able to read. Let me start with just a couple of announcements. Very pleased to announce that Michelle Center has started yesterday, her first day as the new director for our Assessment Administration and Development Division. So thank you. Michelle's in the audience to answer questions that I cannot. Tony Alpert is also in the audience, Executive Director of Smarter Balance, and he is also available to answer questions. Let me also say that that starting yesterday, I started serving on the executive committee for Smarter Balance, an overwhelming, uncontested election. So if you want to be elected to something, I highly recommend running unopposed. It really improves your chances of winning. Along with me, Carolina Cardenas from California State University system will also start started yesterday on the executive committee for Smarter Balance. We thought with Deb Sigmund leaving and Beverly Young leaving that executive committee, that it was important for California to remain a presence on that committee, and so we have. So let's go ahead and start with the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress. This is item number 1. It's for information only. There is no specific action recommended at this time. This is about starting points, understanding and communicating the upcoming Smarter Balance baseline scores. So in this presentation today, we're going to look at some details about how the results will be reported to parents and the public. We're going to provide an overview on the new CASP website. The website is different from earlier websites that we've used to report assessment scores. And lastly, we'll look over some of the tools that CDE is providing to help folks understand those scores, especially parents, but educators and communities as well. We'll talk a little bit about the student score reports, which you may remember you approved in the spring. Talk about some new parent guides that are available, as well as the new website. So as the slide says, we've said it before, say it again, these are new standards, which requires new instruction, new assessment, which means new results. So, and these tests are more challenging. We do have, it requires really a higher starting point or a higher aspiration for students. This test reflects questions that require greater skills, right? Some more analytical thinking and writing and that sort of thing. So we're going to have to require some patience, not just about the scores, but about the system overall. A lot of new moving parts here. New standards means new curriculum materials, which means new professional development for teachers. We have a whole new system, including the digital library, the interim assessments, and then the summative assessments. So all of these things are working together, and they're all new. So from a systems perspective, from an instructional perspective, from administering the assessments, and then finally the scores, all of it's going to need some patience as we work through this and we make improvements to the system over time. So let's go back to some very basics on this. Every student will receive an overall score for mathematics, an overall score for English language arts. That score is expressed through a single number between 2,000 and 3,000, but again, a single number that represents English language arts and a single number that represents mathematics. Those are the overall scores. Depending on what that overall score is, it will place a student in one of 4 achievement levels. The achievement levels, and you can see at the bottom, also in the text here, are standard not met, standard nearly met, standard met, or standard exceeded. As you remember, in our past STAR assessments, we've had 5 achievement levels. These are the achievement levels that were established through the Smarter Balance Consortium. We, California, as a member state, went through that process to set these achievement standards along with other states. Patricia Rucker and myself both had the opportunity to observe that process. And these are the 4 levels. All Smarter Balance states will be using these 4 levels. They won't necessarily use the labels or what we call them. Some are just saying level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Others are putting other nomenclature to these levels. This is the language that California is using in terms of standard not met, standard nearly met, up to standard exceeded. We'll talk a little bit more about the student report and the scale scores in a little bit. So this gives you an idea of the scale score ranges. So on the previous slide, you may have seen that Juan scored 2508. So you can see that within the different grade spans where the scale scores land in terms of the minimum score and the maximum score, which does go up, as you will see, by grade level. So as you may remember in our past assessments, they were not vertically aligned. We actually advised people not to look at scores and try to compare the 3rd grade score to the 4th grade score, other than if they improved in an achievement level. These tests are designed to do that. And moving forward, we're going to place a lot more emphasis on the scale score and the growth of students over time. Right now, I'm just going to go back a slide for just a moment. As I mentioned, this number and the 4 achievement levels, a number by itself doesn't give you any context. It has to be seen in the context of the achievement levels because we only have one data point. As we've talked before, in the future, we want to take a look at these scale scores. We want to measure actual student growth or groups of students' growth or a school's growth, district's growth, state's growth. Is this still on? Okay. And so we can do that once we have 2 data points, but right now we only have the single data point. Aside from an overall score, students will also receive what's called claim results. So in the past, you may remember under STAR, we referred to clusters or sub-scores. If you think of claims as sub-scores, that might help, but it's just new nomenclature that we have to get everyone used to. A claim is it's some type of a sub-score. There are 4 of them on the left side for English language arts. The sub-scores or the claims are reading, writing, speaking and listening, research/inquiry, and on the right, mathematics has 3 claims under it, concepts and procedures, and you can see the other 2. So there will be claim level results also to be reported by student, by groups of students, by a school, by a grade level, and by districts. I don't expect you to read this slide. That's not the purpose. Just the purpose here is to show you that every claim does have a description that goes with it. So you can see that the claim is on the left side. These are the English language arts claims. And they are broken down into 3 levels. Claims don't receive a number score. So the overall scores, you get a number. The claim scores, you're put into one of these 3 columns here: above standard, at or near standard, or below standard. So a question we often get is, why are there 3 levels here when the overall scores have 4 levels? Well, if you remember, these are claims. So we're breaking down the English language arts into 4 different subcategories. And so when you do that, you're using less test items to make a determination of how a student is doing. And when you do that, using less test items, you need to open up the number of areas here, not reduce them, because you don't want anyone to make a determination on a student's performance based on smaller numbers of test items. So they're grouped in just 3 categories instead of the 4. Below claims are also targets. In the future, we'll be able to do some target reporting for students, which again breaks it down even to less questions, and so we need to be careful about how we make determinations. But that's for the future. Right now we have these claims descriptions. These happen to be for English language arts. And there's another slide here for math, and if you want to look at them in more detail, you can go to the link at the bottom of the page, in which more detail is provided. So let's look at some of the tools for reporting these overall scores and these claim scores. One, we have a new public website for this. We're going to go over that. It provides statewide, county, district, and school results as well as student group results. We'll talk a little bit about the individual student score reports, in which, again, you approved those back in the spring, but it's good for us to remind ourselves of those score reports. Those are the paper reports that get mailed home to parents. And then we came out with some new parent guides just recently to help parents understand what these scores mean. So let's start with the new website. So this is what the landing page looks like. Again, the hub of this website is really the search feature. You can search by statewide, get county results, get district results, or school results. Remember, these are all baseline reports, and let me just go ahead and say it again. Next year, we're going to see a lot of changes to these reports as we go to focus on what we want to focus on, and that is student growth over time. But again, we have just the one data point, and so these are considered a baseline set of results. We have some drop-down search functions that go along with this, and the new website will have some graphics that will make the results themselves easier to read. And again, a link at the bottom if you want more information. So here's an example of, once you were at the landing page, how you're going to search for these results. One of the emphases on the new website is to make the website itself easier to use, user-friendly, easy to search, so that those who are not in the education community can readily get to these scores, who maybe aren't used to looking at scores on an annual basis. So we tried to make it as parent-friendly and as non-educator friendly as well. So here you can view again statewide results. You can go in a search function to look at a district, and here it says a demo district. And I think if we go to the next slide, here's an example of a district that has been selected, and then you can get the list of their schools that are part of that district. So that's how you would search for results. When you get those results, whether they're statewide, county, district, school, subgroup of students, any of those, you're going to end up with a slide that looks like this. This is an example of where we've got some future slides that are a little bigger. We've blown up part of these so that you can see them more easily, but you'll end up with some graphics at the top and some tables at the bottom. So let's take a little closer look at what the graphic at the top looks like. in a closer look. Again, this happens to be English Language Arts, and it's done by grade level for the grades that were tested, again, 3 through 8, and then grade 11, and then an overall or all students group in the far right. All the data I'm showing you is simulated data. None of it is real or represents the state as a whole or any specific district or school. This is just for sample purposes. But as you can see through the graphic, it's easy to see through the colors of light to dark blue where a student or groups of students end up in the 4 achievement levels. Yeah, sure can.
Could you explain what it is I'm seeing with the 4 color gradations mean? Does each one represent a level or one of the achievement levels?
That's correct.
And the percentage of students at that grade level who got to that achievement level?
Exactly so. The light blue represents the standard not met, and then as the colors get darker, represents the standard exceeded students. And then at the bottom, if you remember, I showed you graphics at the top, table at the bottom. Here's a blow-up of the tables at the bottom, in which you get counts of students and percentages of students that were tested, the students that were enrolled, so you can see the percent of students tested, and then some scale scores and some percentages for those scale scores at the bottom. So as long as this is here, let me make one comment about opt-outs. So when we release the scores on September 9th, opt-outs won't be, I know there's interest in knowing, so how many opted out for this? And we'll be able to present that data. It won't be on September 9th because districts actually have, I think, until the middle of September to resolve some of their issues. So we'll be able to release more specific results at the end, I think, of the month for opt-outs. But I can tell you overall, except for a school here, a school there, California overall had a very high percentage rate of participation. I think we'll be able to maybe give an overall statewide percentage of participation in our September 9th release, just so that people know how much participation there was in the test. So that's information that will be coming. So I said along with overall scores, we'll also get claim reports through the public website. Here's an example of the 4 claims that are, again, part of English Language Arts. Starting with the top 2, you can see a red box around that. That red box is there because, again, on the next slide, it blows it up for you because you can see it better. Here's an example of that red box. Again, we have the 3 performance levels of above standard, at or near standard, or below standard, and the percentage of students that fell into each one of those for these different claims or subgroup scores. The same would be true for mathematics. So there are some drop-down menus because beyond school scores, there is some interest in looking at some subgroup scores, right? One of the things we want to make sure is that all students are achieving, and if there are groups of students that aren't, then we want to make sure that we identify some strategies that will help those students that aren't achieving as well as others. And so that's part of the drop-down menu and choices here. Now, you may remember from a meeting or 2 ago, my timeline's a little fuzzy, we also talked about the online reporting system, right? So this is the public website we're talking about. The online reporting is what districts have access to and have had access to since May. So most of the districts already know what their scores are going to be because they've looked at those scores online. Again, this is the public website. On the online website, we talked about how districts themselves can create their own student groups, right? So if they're interested in groups of students who are, get transported every day by bus for an hour and they want to see how those students do, you could group them that way. If you want to see how your band students do or groups of students in different programs, you can create your own groups. This is the online public website system in which there are standard subgroups of students identified or student groups identified. This doesn't have the same sort of functionality that we give to districts where they can create their own. But you can see in the next slide some of the examples of the drop-down and how you can look at the scores by all students, by disability status, English learner status, ethnicity, gender, so forth. So there are a lot of student groups that even the public can get access to in terms of looking at these scores. So again, here is an example of the overall page of what this would look like. Starts with some of the tables at the top, includes the 4 achievement levels and the percentage of those students at the claim level. And then at the very bottom, if you're looking at a specific claim, in this case it's a mathematics claim, how the students did in that specific claim. So all of these claim reports would look the same, regardless of whether English language arts or math, they're all formatted the same. So let's take a review of the student score reports that you approved in the spring. So these are the individual student reports. They started getting mailed home mailed to districts, and districts send them to the parents. Those started being mailed to districts in the middle of August. These student reports, and again, we're going to blow up this right side here for you to get a better look at it, but they're dynamic. They have text that changes depending on the student and the student's performance. It does identify 1 of 4 performance levels for the students, and again, if you want to see the full sample, there's a link at the bottom. So, pulling up part of that report so you can see it better, this is the example that we used in the past, so we continue to use it just to make it easy. And here is Juan. So Juan's name will be sprinkled throughout the report, one of the ways that the report is dynamic. The text on the right side explains Juan's overall performance in English language arts, depending on the scale score. In this case, for Juan, it's 2508. There's text at the right that explains what that means. That text would change depending on the scale score that the student earned. You might also notice here that there is a dot that represents 2508, but then you'll see a line on each side of that dot that represents a standard error measure, an error band, if you will. This is just to remind parents and teachers and anyone who's looking at these individual student reports that dot of 2508 is mathematically calculated, but there is an error band there that represents this is an approximation of this student's performance. So in this case, you can see actually that line is right over between standard nearly met and standard met. So a student on one side of the line could be, in fact, on the other side of the line because of that approximation of the score. And so just as a reminder, we've been giving a lot of webinars on this with a lot of different stakeholder groups. And in each one, we've tried to emphasize with folks this idea of the dot and the error band message, and that this is, again, just one piece of information about Juan as a student. It should not be overstated. It should not be, overused or underused. Too much to depend on a single score of a student. A student's performance happens over a whole school year and not just one piece given by a spring summative test. And so this is just one piece of information to be used when looking at one's performance overall. It's an important piece, but it's just one piece of the information. There is also information on the back side of the student report that goes home that gives some information about how one or another student did on the claims. So in this example, again, this is one's 2508 overall score, and then it's broken down by the 4 claims: reading, writing, listening, research/inquiry, and they're put into one of the achievement levels for claims, which again are just the 3 levels of above standard, at or near standard, below standard. This is also an example of how the report can be dynamic. It's actually going to start with the good news, in that the claims that the students did best on will end up at the top of the report, and then it'll go down depending on how a student did. Let's move to the parent guides. So we talked about the website, talked about the individual student scores. Now we've just released some parent guides. I do want to appreciate the work of the state PTA who assisted in partnership with us to prepare these guides. These are parent guides that are done by subject and by grade. So we have an elementary parent guide, we've got a middle school parent guide, and a high school parent guide. That gives not only information about what these assessment scores mean, what they don't mean, how they should be used, how they should not be used, and some examples of the kind of questions a student is asked to answer in order to be put in an achievement level. So here's an example from the parent guide, the elementary parent guide of grade 5 mathematics. This happens to be, as you can see the red circle, this happens to be a question that is around the achievement level of standard nearly met, depending on the answer and how a student would do. As you can see, the question is listed, the possible answers, and on the right side it explains for you what the standard here that is being measured. Anyone know the answer? That's correct, Member Rucker. The answer is B. Thought I'd give you credit. So here's an example from, again, an elementary, but this is grade 3. This is at an achievement level standard met. This is an example of a question that asks a little bit more than just a multiple choice question. The student actually has to do a couple of things here, including going to the graph and put the place on the graph that represents, in this case, the number of hawks and the votes for hawk. And so this, again, on the right side is the standard and the area that's being measured. I won't ask for the answer on that one. So with that, before there are other parts of the item 1 presentation. I need to give you a little bit of an update on some other things, such as the interim assessments. We have a little update on digital library, some of the outreach activities that are going on. Let me first say that we will scheduled right now to do the public release of these scores on September the 9th. So we would have liked to have provided this information and the scores and had a discussion at this meeting. We weren't able to meet the end of August is what we were looking for to release these scores, but given that it was a first year, we had some problems with some deliverables. We wanted to do some extra quality control checks on the scores themselves and standing up a new website. All of that kind of added up to not pushing an August release for this, but doing it in a more methodical way, make sure it was done right. We thought right is better than fast. And so we missed our target here by a couple of weeks. But let me say that of all the Smarter Balanced states that participated, only about half of those states have actually released their final scores. So in terms of other Smarter Balanced states, we're right there where everyone else is. Some states, you may recall, if you read some news articles on this, some states actually released preliminary scores about a month ago. Which could have been a choice that we would use. We could have released preliminary results. We thought it would be better to wait until we had final results to release these scores. The states that did release preliminary scores are now having to do a second release and update their public about where their scores actually ended, and in some cases the scores went down when they actually had to release their final scores. You may have also read in some news articles recently, one state is actually starting to use Smarter Balance, or will start to use in a couple of years, Smarter Balance as their high school graduation exit requirement. So I bring that up. It's not, Casey and the exit requirement is not a part of this item. I only bring it up because it just, the exit exam is being discussed in the legislature, so this isn't the time to have that discussion, but would only caution you is as those discussions are going on, it would be very natural for the initial reaction to be, well, why don't we just use Smarter Balance to meet that requirement? And it's not that Smarter Balance could not be used as an exit exam. It certainly could, not in its current form in the way that we do it here in California. It wasn't designed to be an exit exam. There is possibility to use the items in such a way as it could be used as an exit exam if that were the requirement. And if there were, and if the state decides that they want to study this issue of an exit exam, there are a lot of possibilities out there. Smarter Balance is one, but there are actually a lot of intriguing and exciting possibilities for an exit requirement for students to demonstrate their basic skills that are even outside of an exam. But that's a discussion for another time, and we did mention that we would put Casey as part of our March 2016 recommendations moving forward. So before I give the update on the interim and Smarter Balanced, I just wanted to go back and see if there was any from the presentation. Any questions?
Questions? Yes, Board Member Williams.
That was a lot of information, and I didn't master every detail, so I may have missed this. But when you were doing the subgroups, student subgroups, what I understand is that at the district level, they're going to have the flexibility to create various kinds of groups depending upon their interest in their particular student population. The public report out will not have that. It'll have a drop-down menu of certain categories, but on that drop-down menu I saw, I was kind of expecting to see, let's see here, because I could just have an eye problem. I was expecting to see, like, first of all, the 3 LCAP groups, and then I was expecting to see the federally required groups, and then other kinds of groups. And I'm not seeing that in that kind of a way, that I recognize it as, oh, this is foster youth, low income, and English learner right at the top.
Right. So no, they are not at the top. English learners are part of here. In this case, they're referred to as English language fluency. The their economically disadvantaged group is here, and it's broken down as well by ethnicity. Foster is one that won't be in this first report. We have to look at that. There is a requirement for the department to do a special report on foster students. So that'll be happening separate from this, but we'll have to look. Remember, with foster students and the numbers of those students, we'd probably have to do a lot of asterisks because we don't report students in groups of less than 10. So, but there will be that special report as well. But in this first go around here for foster, they're not included.
So I guess the comment I would make is that if this is the public, where the public goes, then the more the labels of students, groups of subgroups of students, sound like the ones people are used to hearing, and that we want them to get used to hearing with the LCAP going forward. The more they sound like that, as opposed to it's like that, but it's actually not quite phrased the same way, I just think that helps reinforce some policy coherency around the direction we're going, and makes it easier for people to say, oh yeah, those are the ones I'm used to, or yeah, those are the ones in my LCAP.
Some common nomenclature.
Yeah, I'm just making a suggestion.
Okay, Board Member Sandoval.
Yeah, thank you, because those are the questions that I had, and I was wondering, I was looking for foster youth in particular. I didn't see that group in there, and I'm glad that there'll be a separate report, but I would encourage including that group and reporting it out to the public as part of this larger, so that we're going towards a more coherent system. And then where are we at with the work happening with, I think it's the Department of Social Services, and just the databases talking to each other in a more effective way? Where are we at with that?
Right. So I actually could call Cindy up to. You want me to do it? Did you hear the question?
I did not hear the question. I apologize.
The foster youth matching.
Oh, sure. So Cindy Kazan is the director, no longer for educational data management, but in that role, I will respond. We are matching that information with our colleagues, and I think it's Department of Social Services, and so that is done on a weekly basis as required by the law. Are you looking for? I'm sorry. I'm looking at Patricia. I apologize.
Yeah.
I know. Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to know where we're at, because I know that school officials don't always know who the foster students are and foster youth in the class.
Of course. When we developed that report in CalPADS, it is a specific report that is available to a certain user group because of the confidentiality regarding foster students. It was rolled out this last year and is definitely being used on a regular basis. And like Carrick mentioned, we are going to be contributing to the report on foster youth, and I know there will be a lot of good information in there about the status of how things are going. Mm-hmm.
Board Member Burr.
Thank you. First, Carrick, I just want to express my appreciation for a really thorough presentation to you and Michelle and others involved in this. And I also appreciate your perspective of we should get this right instead of fast. And I think that's important to say, because I feel like some of the press accounts have been along the lines of, what are you trying to hide? So I really appreciate you being clear about, we're not trying to hide anything. In fact, we're trying to provide as much information as possible. But it is the first year for 3.2 million students. Nobody else in the country is doing that. So again, I don't think we can reinforce that enough. I really appreciate that. I did have a couple questions, and maybe I kind of got lost in the scale scores and the error rate. So I wanted to understand the difference between that, because I really appreciate, I know President Kerr shares my concern here, or our emphasis on scale scores as opposed to just benchmarks or thresholds, which is where we've been before. So when I looked at Table 5, which you're actually a lot farther forward, but and we list all the minimum scale score, maximum scale score for each grade level, and there's quite a range in terms of describing what the particular achievement level is. So but what I heard you emphasize here was that when you see 2508, that's really describing an error level. So am I confusing those two, or can you describe the difference between the two?
I can describe it at a high level. If we need more information, I have my experts behind me. So I'll explain it to you in the language I understand. And 2508 is a mathematically calculated number that ends up on a scale, which then ends up on a performance level. The error band represents the approximation. That number does represent the score, but there is an error band in which the score represents an approximation of where a student actually, their achievement lies somewhere in that error band, right? So how I like to explain it is that dot is mathematically calculated, but it's not a magic dot, right? It's not a dot that says this is the exact place in performance that this student lies, right? That's what the error band represents, that dot is an approximation of that student's performance.
So Tony, can I ask it? Tony, can I ask it in a different way, maybe? So if I'm a parent and I see this number and I say, oh, my child is very close to not meeting the standard, but there's also a big range when I look at the scale score in which my student can fall and will still be in that category and can still be making growth. I guess that's the point that I think we've all been trying to make about scale scores versus these, pole vaulting levels that we've been expecting kids to get over.
That's right. So for the record, Tony Alpert, Executive Director of Smarter Balanced. I think it's an excellent point. And I think the first step is going back to the premise that you folks have continued to reinforce, and that is that this is one piece of information. So when a parent is considering the dot and thinking about their child's performance, asking the question, is this consistent with what they would expect, is the first question. And if it's consistent, thinking about all the information that they have available based on what the teacher has provided over the course of the year, and to what extent is that consistent with last year's relative performance and all the effort that their child is putting in. And then thinking about this as an additional guide. So that error band can be used as kind of a frame of reference about what the likely performance their child would have done if they've been feeling a little bit better or feeling a little bit more energized that day as compared to other days. And it helps to put into context that information in relationship to everything else that they already know about what their child can do, and then use that information in consultation with their teacher to have a discussion about is more effort needed, is enrichment a better opportunity, what's next? And that's where the parent-teacher relationship and the student working together is absolutely critical to make that information meaningful.
State Super, go ahead.
Sorry, just as a follow-up. So then my question is, well, I think that's very helpful. It's like, it's somewhere in this band, and, it's not like a hard and fast thing. But then when you get to the claim score, it is like a hard and fast thing, right? Because you say met or whatever the terms are. I know they're not. Yeah, so that threw me off a little bit.
Okay, it's really interesting perspective. We had tried to make it less definitive by using these categories. And I think the feedback that we're getting now is that the phrase at or near sounds more precise than what we intended. We intended that to represent a broad range of information. And so we probably have to do a little bit more, have some discussions with district folks about how to change that language so it really describes the broad information that we intended to do rather than something that's more specific. But it is intended to describe a range of performance in a different way than that error that band around the point estimate does. But apparently we didn't get that across particularly well. So we'll work on that and try to make that more clear.
State Superintendent.
Just to follow on Sue's good question and the points you're making, I found it helpful yesterday when I was getting briefed. Carrick gave some examples of how the scale scores and claims might be used by teachers, by administrators. And so if you could give some examples, either or both of you. And then the interim assessments, how do they interface? Where are they accessible by the public? We know that teachers will use that data to show definite progress that a student might make from September to sometime in May or June. And so how is that integrated? Where's that data at, and how do you expect teachers and administrators to use that data?
Superintendent Torlakson, thank you. I think those are really important questions. I think they're closely related. So how we hope that teachers will use the overall score and the claim scores is to do that analysis. First, is this the gut check, essentially? Is this consistent with what all the other information I have about the students, the relative emphasis that I've placed in certain areas, my goals for the year? Are the results consistent with that instructional emphasis? And given how my students came into my classroom, am I seeing that they're doing as well as I would expect, given where they started, and then all the classroom-based assessments that she's administered over the course of the year, is that giving similar information? And if not, why might that be? And summative assessments are great for helping to identify the question. They're not great for providing the answer. And so why might some students be doing better than other students? The nature, how big is the achievement gap? Have I closed it? If not, why? And start having using the summative assessment to ask those questions. The interim assessment helps establish that body of evidence over the course of the year. So an opportunity for a teacher to ask the question, is the result of the a summative assessment consistent with the information that I've gleaned over the course of the year, in part with the interim assessment, and if not, why? And then digging in a little bit deeper, although we're not providing that utility quite yet, we're going to work on making the information from the interim assessment even more accessible to teachers. And we've got a couple of strategies, but it's a little premature to talk about that now. But we'll work on that and help teachers out a little bit more in that regard. In terms of the claim scores, again, it's a little bit more deeper information, and it's really a basis for figuring out if students are doing better in one area than another, why might that be? And so it's really another way of asking a slightly more detailed question, but not necessarily giving the answer. The most important thing from our perspective is that California has been a leader in promoting a system of assessments. And that is that the digital library is a resource for teachers to really support their professional judgment as they consider how they might give answers to those critical questions. So the formative assessment is the ongoing practice that teachers can use during instruction to evaluate the relative strengths and weaknesses that students have, or where they need additional support based on an interaction with students during instruction. And so it's those three components together, the summative, the interim, and the formative, that are all designed to improve teaching and learning in that way.
Board Member Molina.
Just a couple questions. Tony, I was excited to hear you say that we're looking into further developing the at or near. So that's where my question's geared to. The claims are very important for teachers so that they can deconstruct and be able to determine, as you just mentioned, where students are. My question is, because we have a holistic rubric that we're using, and because we have a span between at or near with the claims, it's very difficult to be able to tell that spread. That spread is quite wide. So when you mentioned you're looking into that, can you speak to further in terms of, are you trying to get closer to what at, how do you describe at or near? Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can try. I just got this feedback today, that the at or near is causing some confusion. So there is an underlying scale score with an underlying error band around that, and it is potentially possible to display that, but there's a benefit, there's power to information, and then sometimes too much information can be distracting and be overwhelming too. So I think in collaboration with the board as the department has been working on trying to figure out what is the right information to give at the right time, there's a balance. So I think taking that back, working with the department and ETS as their contractor, and thinking about what are the options, how can that be communicated more clearly so that people are making informed decisions, the informed decisions based on that information in a responsible way. It just takes some thought, and we'll try and figure it out.
I would encourage that we really do explore that. You can make decisions when it's not met. You can make decisions when they have exceeded or met. But when the spread is that wide, that's much more difficult, specifically going back to that rubric. So I really encourage us to have a better understanding, a better descriptor of what that intent is, so that both districts and teachers can use this in a positive way.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay. Board Member McFarland.
Oh my gosh. I want to thank you for the presentation. It was easy to follow, but when I was looking over it a couple nights ago and I came across the scaled scores, my initial thought was, why are all the numbers different for grades? And I couldn't find really an answer. He explained it today that they're all vertically aligned so they can be compared as the student progresses. But I think for parents, it would be helpful if that was noted somewhere. So if a mom or dad or guardian sees their kid's scores, they can compare their child. And then also, when I see computer adaptive and then I see it described as basically students, if they answer something right, the level of reading can become more difficult and things like that. My initial thought is then if everyone's essentially taking a different test, how are these scores then calculated? So if there's somewhere in the parent guide or something that can explain kind of easily, not into depth, but how these scores are then generated if everyone's potentially taking a different version of the test, I think that would be helpful.
I think those are really important points, and the department has been taking a leadership role in developing California's interpretive guide, and I think most of those issues are covered, if not all of them. So.
Okay, Board Member Strauss.
So I just like Kirk to talk a bit about the science assessment. There's an update in this item about where we are, and I know we've done phase one. There's a lot of discussion about trying to get all of our assessments aligned to what we are doing rather than sort of past practice. But it's not clear for me, like, where are we going on phase two? So I just thought you maybe could elaborate a little bit on where are we going in science? What are the next steps? Do you have a timeline? That just would be really helpful, particularly the broader community, as we're trying to get beyond just literacy and just mathematics, but the broader set of assessments.
Great. Can I hold on to that question because I will do it.
Yeah,
before
let's
the
take
item's
on
over.
Smarter Balance. Board Member Holliday.
When an interim assessment is given by a teacher and then throughout the school year and then at the end the summative test does not align with what she thought the student was achieving throughout the year based upon the interim, that the question then arises, what changed? What's different? Where did I miss something? That sort of thing. What caused this? But overall, I mean, in a large sample, it should be the case that those surprises are not that frequent, that the interim assessment that the child has been given throughout the year does point toward the same sort of result on the summative. Do we have an analysis of whether or not that is true, that the interim assessments are really a valid indicator of where the student is throughout the year, and that's proven by the summative?
So that's an excellent question as well. We're struggling a bit with how to study interims. The department has been very clear that the interims are a local, administering the interim assessments are a local decision, that they are not restricted in terms of the test administration manual or in any way is restricted according to necessarily as standardized as the summative assessment. So the department has been very cautious about to what extent they would use that data or contribute that data into a study, especially when comparing it to the summative assessment. But we know that there's an interest and probably a need in doing that. What I can say is that the items were written in the same way as the summative. They went through all the same sensitivity and bias processes. They have the comprehensive interim assessment has the same blueprint, and they're put on the same scale. So everything about them is the same, except for potentially the manner in which they were administered and the conditions under which and when they were administered, which if you imagine that the interim assessment is administered earlier in the school year, that its correlation or its prediction of the summative assessment will be lower. And so it becomes a very complex study and potentially requiring some students to take both assessments at the same time, which you can imagine at this juncture is politically undesirable.
But at the same time, it can be anecdotal, and now is the first time we can have those types of conversations with large groups of teachers and say, how did it go? And that's a starting point. Even I understand how statistically it would be very, very difficult to prove, but at the same time, I do think there's a need to listen to that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Board Member Rucker.
So, I say one word and everybody, okay.
So here's the thing, and I actually understood the score report and the band and the dot and the bars until you started explaining exactly how we're supposed to interpret that. Because let me just say, as we're actually trying to have a conversation about one data point and conflate how 3 different groups of folks would look at that same data point. And I agree. Parents are going to look at that score report, see that data point, and see that line and those bars at the end of the line. I'm not really sure that adding information to the score report to explain that range and that bar and those 2 endpoints in the score report to parents is going to be as helpful as it can be to the school side or to teams of teachers or to people who are trying to understand the test score itself. So this is a conversation about assessment literacy that we're trying to drive, that we're trying to revise, and that we're trying to implement all at the same time so that everybody has a common understanding. But we don't stand at the same spot in the room. I think if we look at based on the mantle of responsibility we have, there's 3 questions about any of the information in this report that actually informs our assessment literacy. So let me begin. As a former classroom teacher, when you started talking about the score report, and then Board Member Holliday talked about and brought in the idea of the interim assessments, which, by the way, were late, and not a lot of teachers got a lot of useful information from. As a former classroom teacher, I had an idea, and I was not surprised by the score report I would have received about my students from a state assessment. So if I'm doing, as Tony explained, my ongoing embedded assessments, the activities I do that are part of my instruction, and I'm doing some type of diagnostic assessment, either with the interim assessments that the state has provided, or eventually if the district gives me access to the digital library and I do that other work that the digital library is supposed to allow me to do, I'm not going to be surprised by, or even I will have some prediction that I can make that's validated by the information I get from the score report. As a parent, I don't have that same information that teachers would have from those 3 different types of diagnostic assessments unless I'm receiving some information from the teacher, and that information from the teacher is being distilled to me. And then from the school side, the school still receives or in some way is collating information that's fed into a school level data system as schools are beginning. Some of those schools that are early adopters of the ORs are already beginning to learn what are the limits, but also the potential of using that tool to have the conversation. So we have these 3 levels of information consumers, but we're having one conversation about what we all should be doing. And not all of us are looking to consume that information and get the same kind of understanding from it. But I think that there are 3 questions about the snapshot of information we have that I think remains a constant and remains important. No matter how much we talk about the multiple measures and the multiple ways of understanding what students are learning and if learning is taking place, that one data point is important. It is magical, it is power, and it is the weight in the room. Now, as much as we want to change the assessment literacy conversation, that is a fact. And so we have to figure out not how to dissolve the weight of that data point, but how to make sure that if it is going to remain the weight in the room, and it will for a while through this transition, primarily because we only have right now that one data point. Next year, when we have a second data point and we change how we explain what these 2 points of information mean, the conversation gets to shift. But right now, that single point has weight, and we cannot pretend it doesn't, or just simply by saying, because we sit in this room and we're really, really on the same page, we're going to agree we're doing more, and it doesn't mean as much as it used to. That's a false premise, especially for every practicing classroom teacher in this state, where the conversation may remain about how we're going to treat schools differently and evaluate school programs, or how we're going to treat districts differently and not test and sanction. For teachers, this still carries weight. And for the parents of the children they teach, that point still carries weight. So if we are looking at this on trying to shift the conversation and we want to understand how the conversation has changed, it does come down to 3 questions. When I looked at this data point, what does it mean? That has to be explained differently to parents and to classroom teachers, and districts have to figure out what it is they're looking for in that data point. Why does it matter? And again, it means something different to parents than it does to the classroom teacher and to what districts are going to be reporting as we evaluate school programs. But then more importantly, why is it important? That's a question that has to be put in context. I'm not sure on that 3rd question or even the other 2 questions we've actually figured out a way to package that explanation that doesn't actually end up confusing the conversation more than clarifying. But if we understand that we have to, it's not just about disaggregating the test results, it's about disaggregating our understanding about how we explain the answers to those 3 questions. That's how our assessment literacy is going to grow and change. And we still haven't figured that out yet.
Okay, no response to that. All right, duly noted. I wanted to, talking about this, make clear about how we're handling proficiency. And get Carrick to expand a little bit on this. We're not using proficiency. We've shifted to college and career ready. Other states, however, in Smarter Balance continue with using proficiency. And so I'd like, Carrick, you to talk a little bit about the rationale for this. And I also, another reason not to use proficiency, and it's unclear to me how it translates into college and career ready, but is that I've already talked to people who want to compare the percent proficient on this test to the CSTs. They're, oh, yes, I know it's a different test, but I'm going to compare the proficiency rates and then do a detailed analysis of this. And so that's another reason to get away from this proficiency, which to me never had any clear, it's like beauty and truth and, these are terms that are very hard to describe, love. And so but college and career ready to me is much clearer. So, but we seem to be an outlier in the Smarter Balanced states on this. Tony, maybe you could comment on that.
So each state is flexible to interpret their data in the way that works with them and their stakeholders in the context of everything that they've got going on. They may have a law that requires them a state law that requires them to use the term proficient as an example. They may have used that in the past, and so keeping that continuity because there's so much change going on that trying to have an anchor with a vocabulary term is one way to stop to reduce the load of change. So there's many reasons why a state may elect to use that. And it makes sense that California is focusing on a different vocabulary, focusing on college and career readiness, and then that works for the board, it works for the stakeholders. And I agree that proficient in even college readiness could have very different meanings for different people. And the way that we tried to define college and career readiness was through all the work going back to the content standards, the content specifications. There's a whole bunch of underlying details that to truly understand a Smarter Balanced definition of college and career readiness, you really have to dig pretty deep through a whole body of thoughtful materials and infrastructure that was built up. The way we tried to summarize that, though, was through the achievement level descriptors, where we brought hundreds of educators together to look at the items and try and apply this infrastructure into these buckets of levels so that we can, at each grade level, collectively agree what are the skills that we think are either indicative of a student being on track towards college and career readiness or being college and career ready when they reach high school. So I think it is difficult. This is, I think we've made extremely significant strides, far more successful than anyone thought we could be in getting to this point. So it's not surprising that there's confusion. You can imagine 10 years from now, when all of this infrastructure has had a lot more time to seep in, that we may have, even across states, a more consistent vocabulary and a more consistent understanding of what that means. But we're still early, so there's going to be some differences as getting out of the gate in terms of how we talk about the results and how we interpret them.
Yeah, and I would remark that you should note, and I'm sure you know, that California is unique in that I believe there are 23 California State University campuses. This is the largest four-year system in the United States and one of the larger in the world. And 88 of our 112 community colleges are using this assessment for their understanding of college readiness and whether students will need to be in remedial work or not. And so you have a state that has collaboration with its universities. We don't have to mess around with such, vague things as proficiency. We have linkages, in that regard. We have the University of California using Common Core concepts for their approval of A to G courses. So I think that I would argue strongly that the California system is working better than K-12 and higher ed than most, and therefore the college readiness has some real beef here and real content and buy-in. And it, again, to me, makes using the nomenclature proficiency just confuses what the colleges and universities in the state are trying to communicate to us.
Yeah, I think the phrase "California is unique," you probably could have just stopped there.
Well, they're all states.
It is unique in many ways, but I think I would also add the history of the EAP and the relationship between how higher education and K-12 come to a consensus about what a sufficient level of knowledge and skills are for students to enter and be ready for college. You've got a long-standing history of that, and it served as a good model for how we thought about that relationship when we designed Smarter Balanced.
Okay, Board Member Rucker may want to comment. I just want to say that we're going to get the results back, I understand, sooner next year, because part of this college and career ready is that we hope to have an impact on senior year of high school. That's very much what our colleges and universities want. But we can't do that if we don't get it back, I think, quicker. So I know this is a 1 year, and all of your schedules are that this will be the latest we will deliver this.
Well, and so I think that is the goal. I would also add, though, that from a district's perspective, they've had a lot of information for quite a while, and depending on their policies, they may have given that to students already as well. So there's the final kind of crossing of the dotting the I's and crossing the T's to make sure that for the state release everything is perfect, getting every single record together, but there's a lot of effort to go from 95% to 99.9%. But for a while, there's been a lot of information out there.
Good point. Yeah, Board Member Rucker.
So, Carrick, this is something you and Tony didn't get to cover in this item today. But when the grade 11 students took the Smarter Balanced assessment, it did replace the EAP this year. That's correct. And so going forward, as President Kirst pointed out, we're going to be getting the grade 11 Smarter Balance assessment has kind of a triple witching point for students who took that assessment, different from the students who took the grade 3 through 8 assessment. So going forward, there will be some other kinds of information that districts get on content readiness for English language arts and math. Connected to that, this state, because we are a governing state with Smarter Balanced, we adopted the content readiness policy for reading language arts and mathematics, and that defines what conditionally ready and what readiness for college is supposed to mean. And so that cut point or that score for those students has some additional information or additional meaning. So I know that that's not necessarily written into the grade 11 score report this year, but I'm certain at some point, once we start actually, as we say with next year, looking more at that information and getting it sooner, my first question I have is, how is the student score report for grade 11 going to add that value or add that meaning about the score report for parents? But then also going forward, is there some way to provide or start looking at how to disaggregate that information and provide it for districts? Because I'm not sure how right now, what level of granularity districts have for being able to get that information.
Hi, Michelle Center, Assessment Director, Day two. So,
congratulations.
Thank you, Member Rucker. So actually for this year, for our individual student reports for grade 11, we do have information on that report that relates back to their EAP status and what that would be. So we did include that this time.
EAP status, not the content readiness status for SBAC?
So we have information on both the achievement level and then how that achievement level then corresponds to college and career readiness in terms of EAP.
Okay.
Does that?
That helps. Okay. And so the other thing, Carrick, and you were very modest about saying this today, it's really important that we've gone from having no system in place in the spring, in May, to having two separate and distinct systems for the public and for school districts that have some amazing levels of functionality for districts and for the public to consume this information. So the department has done a great deal of work in a very short period of time to get these systems up and running. But at the same time, the frustration for the public is that because we're now on the computer, this should have happened faster. So patience is not just about having an understanding about what the new score report means. It means California is finally an opportunity where we actually have more sense than money. As Board Member Burr pointed out, we're actually trying to build out a system that addresses some of the concerns that are being raised here. So I really want to praise your staff and the work you've done to put these two very distinct systems together and to consider on the consumer end what it is they are looking for and what it is they're trying to understand. So I know that the adjustments to both systems will be incremental and it will grow in scale, scope, and aspect over time. So I appreciate that as you were giving the report today, you explained, here are some other things that we will be doing. So the system will look different this time next year when we look at the score reports again. But we do have to remember, districts, as Tony pointed out, have this information that we're going to be seeing on a statewide basis already. So there is a difference in the amount of time it takes for districts to receive their district level data and the state's readiness to prepare a statewide report. So I think as long as we continue making that point clear and helping people understand that level of consumption on information, I think that that's helpful also. So thank you very much, and real kudos to the work that you put together.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. There is a lot of hard work that's behind all this by a lot of different folks. And as I was saying before, it is a starting point. So we've started here. We need to improve the interims. We're going to talk a little bit about some of the improvements we've already made. We talked about the parent guides, but now we need teacher guides. Wish they'd been, we'd had the resources and capacity to do that earlier. But we'll also be working in partnership with CTA and CFT to put together some teacher guides related to the scores as well. So, do you want to?
Board Member Holliday.
I'm sorry to drag this out a bit more. and I may be totally off base here, and if so, just laugh at me. But as Member Rucker was talking about the importance of the 11th grade test, and President Kirst talked about the colleges paying close attention to that, and the EAP alignment. You know, I just sort of got a chill thinking that we're not, this test is supposed to help teachers and young people understand what they need to work on to be ready for college and their careers. It's not supposed to be a gatekeeper. And I do worry that some of the talk that's going around sounds gatekeeper-like. And that is not our intent with this thing. And I think we need to be very careful about how we talk about this.
Well, and I would say I appreciate that, and I would say it goes beyond smarter balance, right? We're going to bringing forward to you some recommendations from the superintendent in the March 2016 report about, you know, any possible expansion to our assessment system, and you know, before we bring the final report, we'll bring you some guiding principles. But I think that's one of the guiding principles, that we need to keep our eye on the wall, that these assessments are about improving teaching and learning. I think moving forward, it's more than a discussion than just smarter balance. So we try to finish up the item?
Well, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll go on to the rest. Board will reconvene and we'll continue with item 1. I have 6 here, yeah.
Thank you. Since after the break, I'll introduce myself again. Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, finishing item number 1. Speaking of the interim assessments, on August 10th, we actually opened up the interim assessments for this school year. And even though it's early in the school year, I don't know if we've got the latest numbers, but they're somewhere between 25 and 30,000 interim assessments have already been given for this school year. So, so we're glad to see that that's off to a fast start. We have made some changes to the interim assessments from last year. First, in terms of the interim comprehensive assessment, we've opened that up to be able to be given 3 times through the school year. Another change is last year the teacher was limited, if they were in grade 5, they were limited to only being able to give the assessment 1 grade above, grade 6, or 1 grade below, grade 4. Within those 3 grades, they were allowed to give the assessments. It's been opened up now so that they can give that assessment to any grade, any grade's interim. So, along with that upcoming use of the interims, we also have a couple things that have been happening with the digital library and a lot of activity over the summer of what's been happening. We've released in July a 29-minute video on the digital library, how to use it, how to access it, how to get the most out of it, how to navigate the site, that sort of thing. We have had California educators participate in what's called the State Network of Educators, SNE. I hesitate to call them SNEEs. But this is a group of a network of educators that are brought together with expertise that on a volunteer basis to contribute resources to the digital library, to help resources be vetted for appropriateness for the library. There was a 4-day in-person training workshop that happened for member states. We have over 100 educators in that group. 20-some participated in this activity this last summer, in which, out of a result of that, 50 new resources were added to the digital library. We had some scoring workshops that happened over the summer. Over 1,000 participants in 8 different locations participated in training on how to do scoring related to the interim assessments. Other things coming up. In October, we've got ETS is conducting 2 in-person trainings. They'll be done regionally. We expect over 800 participants to attend those. We have partnered with Sacramento County Office of Education to deliver some regional, what's called CASP institutes coming up this year. These institutes, anywhere from 3 to 6 team members from districts would come together as a team to these institutes. They might be assessment people, they might be curriculum professional development folks, they might actually be classroom teachers, they could be those that specialize in English learners or special education students, but they come together as a team to go to this CASP Institute. They come to 2 different sessions. One will happen in the fall and one will happen in the spring. There will be, I believe, 10, 11 of those institutes happening across the state this year. Some other activities. This month we had over 750 California educators, including about 60 of our SNEs, to come together to participate in an online 5-month-long course that's being conducted by WestEd. It's titled as Formative Assessment Insights, a Digital Professional Learning Experience for Teachers. So again, over 750 educators will be participating in that 5-month-long online course. I should stop at this point for a technology update, so I'd like for Cindy Kazanis to come forward.
Hi, good morning. Cindy Cazanas, the Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division Director. Just to give you a brief update on technology and computer-based assessments, as Superintendent Torlakson mentioned this morning, we have just opened up the grant process for the $50 million for not only last mile efforts, but under connected sites. And so Amy's passing out 2 handouts, and these handouts were also made available to the public on the table outside, which provides you just a graphic overview of this grant process, because we do know based on some initial conversations that we're going to have a lot more grant applicants because the definition of this funding is a bit broader. Just to point out on this, there's a nice timeline that's available. We did do our initial information session for districts who were interested in the grant, and it had a good turnout. Last week. We also have, as of today, 60 applications open in our review system and 4 that are fully submitted. Just to go back to last year's grants, those are actively being implemented as we speak. The goal is to have them in place for spring testing. So you did get in your item a link to a document which is showing a day-by-day update of the status of those grants. I think you may hear some feedback from some districts that it's not soon enough because they wanted it to start with the beginning of school, and unfortunately these are sites that are very complicated projects to implement. And so if you think about 171 individual either construction or implementation processes with various service providers, AT&T being one of our largest, that's where we're at. We are still continuing to work on the 47 sites that did not receive bids, so we do not have solutions for them. We've met with the Federal Communications Commission. We've met with, we've actually spoken with the Governor's Natural Resources Agency because we had a concern from the Coastal Commission on one of our sites near Big Sur. So we are definitely looking for any help we can get on those sites. And actually, I heard more recently that we are partnering with the Education Superhighway, who may be able to, they may have some leads on 8 site locations. So that's exciting to get that number down as much as possible. And I know Superintendent Torlakson's going to Northern California in a couple weeks, and that's where the concentration of the sites are, is really that north central and northwestern part of the state. Beyond that, there is a mention in there of the $10 million for network professional development. This is going to be a work in progress for the year. There's 3 years to spend it, so we want to make sure that we're doing this wisely, and it's not just a professional development opportunity that's a one and done, because you've got such a retention issue with this staff, and so we're trying to be more thoughtful about how that money is spent. And then finally, Board Member Sandoval, you caught me off guard with the foster youth question, so I did a little bit of research while I was sitting there. And since we've changed from a manual matching process to this automated weekly process, we've increased our numbers from 2013-14, which was 30,000 foster youth kids identified in CalPADS, to 14-15, where we had 45,000 identified. And that was effective census day, so keep in mind that's the first Wednesday in October. So because the match is weekly, those numbers are changing. But some exciting things about that report is that there is a view for county offices of education, who typically provide services and for foster youth specifically as coordinators, for them to look at those students. And so there has been a lot of interaction with our county offices of education and county welfare agencies to make sure that we're providing something to districts that is good for them to use the data. That was all I had. I didn't know if there was any questions about technology or, again, the foster youth.
Okay, no.
Excellent.
Board Member Holliday.
Just a quick question. Pardon me, I know you've identified those schools that have no connectivity, basically. But it'll be interesting to see which other schools apply for this grant and whether or not charter schools have a greater percentage of applications for this or not. I know there are a number of charter schools that are high-tech and have, emphasized connectivity. But if down the road you get a feel for that, I'd love to hear about that and see whether or not it's a pattern with charter schools or not.
Definitely, and one of the things I forgot to mention was over the summer, the high-speed network updated their database of connect bandwidth speeds, and they had about 4,000 updates in there. And that, based on that information, they are doing targeted communications to those underserved sites. I look at my own community across the river, and the one that's underserved is actually the charter school. So point well taken, and my plans are to reach out to both the charter organizations to make sure this opportunity is advertised appropriately, even though we've gone through our normal channels. But definitely. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So I'd like to thank and personally recognize Cindy for the work that she's done on the technology side of Smarter Balance, and in her role as Director of Educational Data Management Division. Starting August 1st, she actually moved over to the Accountability Division to lead the effort on our statewide accountability system efforts. So she's actually been running both divisions for the last month. I am very pleased to say that yesterday was her last day doing that, because I have sitting behind me, I'd like to introduce to you Jerry Winkler, who is our new Director for Educational Data Management Division. Jerry, if you'd stand. We're extremely lucky to have Jerry join us here at the Department of Education. For the last 18 years, he has overseen the technology in the state of Utah for the Utah Department of Education. In the last 3.5 years as their director over their longitudinal data system. And so for him to be able to come to us ready to move, understanding how state agencies work in the legislative process, and understanding technology and longitudinal data systems is quite a coup for us. So thank you, Jerry. Welcome. So just finishing up, we hope in a future board meeting to have a little more information to provide you on some other non-Smarter Balanced assessments, including next generation science standards. The alternate assessment, we keep working with the state of Arizona, who is the fiscal agent for what's developed out of NCSIC. NCSIC, of course, was in a consortium to put together the assessment, but now that consortium is ending, they're now referring to themselves as a multi-state alternate assessment, MSAA, and we have been in communication with them more recently than we have in the past, because they were putting out an RFP to hire a vendor to do that assessment, and so they really didn't have time to discuss with states that weren't participating in that RFP. But now that RFP is out and available, they'll have more time now to devote to states, and there's more than California. There are a couple of states who are interested in using those items for an assessment moving forward. So we hope that in November we have a little more information for you on that, as well as any things that have happened for our primary language assessment. But I do want to get back to Member Strauss's question about next generation science standard. You may notice that we pulled item 2 from the agenda. That item 2 was a very narrow, focused recommendation on how science assessments should meet, could meet, would meet NCLB requirements. And there were some questions that came up prior to the board meeting that had to do with what the federal government would allow us to do in terms of assessments. And we weren't quite comfortable with the answers that we were getting, so we needed to do a little bit more research on that before bringing those recommendations to you. We do want to meet and reach out to some of the stakeholders to make sure that they're comfortable with the recommendations that we're making moving forward. There was no rush to make the decision this month, so it was an easy decision to take it off the agenda, do some research, do some background information, meet with some stakeholders. And by the way, perhaps if things go well, we might have a reauthorized ESEA. And so all of that, bringing that together, I think makes for a good reason for us not to discuss that now. We are continuing, though, to participate in CCSSO's group, SAIC, Science Assessment Item Collaborative. It's a collaborative, not a consortium. And they finished phase 1. We plan on participating in phase 2, but they haven't yet told us exactly how that will look and what it will entail. But we anticipate participating in that. And then, of course, depending on one of the things we need to weigh is it would be nice to be able to put the ESEA, which we never want to drive our what that we do in the state. We need to consider it. We need to meet requirements, but we don't want that to be the driver. If we can wait until March when we do the rest of our assessment recommendations for science, we would like to do it to bring that back to you in March. We just want to make sure that we continue to meet the timelines and we don't push the assessment off another year. So we want to be mindful of that. We don't want to lose a school year of giving the assessment. So we'll have to determine when is the right month to bring that recommendation back to you. If we can wait till March with the rest of the recommendations, that's great. It might have to be sooner, just depending on what that would do to the schedule of giving the science assessment. So with that, I'll take questions.
Yes. Trish.
A couple of points. First, a clarification. My understanding, and I could easily be incorrect, is that by statute we have to have a plan to the legislature by March 1st. Is that true?
That's correct.
Which means that we have to vote in January, which means we only have 2 more board meetings for that to wrap this up for NGSS. Is that correct?
Well, we're looking at that schedule. It is possible to finish by March 1st, provide that report to you. Probably has to be posted it needs to be posted 10 days before the board meeting anyway, which is very close to March 1st. So we're hoping to get as much time as possible. So we're trying to clarify that.
Okay, that would be excellent. I think more time without it being too much more time, but more time to get it right. Really important to me that the NGSS assessment captures all the conceptual shifts that are so important in NGSS and not just be the lowest kind of easiest to pass tests that we could put together for science. I have been on the NGSS team for 4.5 years now, and really feel like I very deeply understand most of the concepts and the importance of it. Have read so many of the reports, including the National Research Council's report on NGSS assessment and all of their recommendations. And this is just not a time. This is the time that sometimes things that start off really good as great policies, great standards, then get weakened because either the assessment doesn't support them or the accountability system doesn't give any weight to them. So one of the reasons why I was happy to be reappointed by the governor and reconfirmed by the Senate was so that I could stay with NGSS and do my best to ensure policy coherency all the way through so that this comes back, science actually returns to K-12 as more of a core discipline instead of an also-ran kind of discipline to ELA and math. Okay, so that said, so you know I'm going to be watching and very, very engaged. That said, some of the stakeholders that I assume you'll be reaching out to will include the SNAP group at Stanford, the Stanford Next Generation Science Standards Assessment Group, which has many people on it that are national experts in science assessment performance prototypes and items. And I've offered, if the liaisons to assessment are willing, I have offered to introduce Jonathan Osborne, the project director of that group, to the liaison so that they can hear more about the letter that they wrote in the kinds of issues that they're the most interested in seeing in this assessment. Also, obviously, the California Science Teachers Association, the K-12 Alliance, all of the leadership in the science ed community and in the higher ed community, and the STEM leadership that has been following NGSS, all are in concert and consensus on what they think this science test needs to look like. And they're in consensus that they don't want it to start weak because that's just it sends the wrong signal. It sends the signal that it doesn't matter to us. And it's harder once you start weak, then keep getting it stronger and stronger. You've set kind of a precedent. So I'm hoping that those are all the people you'll be consulting with very rapidly, given right now we have a very short time frame. I do want to finish up by saying that given the very lengthy presentation that you made this morning on Smarter Balance and everything that's going on with that and all of the reporting, which I was very impressed with, I felt a little kinder and gentler by the end of that about NGSS and where we were last week on NGSS assessment, and I thought they've been really busy. So I want to applaud you for the work done on Smarter Balanced and where we are on that, and ask and hope that your team has the energy now to really take a different direction on the NGSS assessment.
Thank you.
Okay, any further? Board Member Molina.
Carrick, I apologize if you've already said this because I came in a little bit late, but I want to go back to the in the item about the formative assessment e-course, or the course that's going to be. That's very exciting. Did you say it's open to the public? I mean, the teachers in the districts, or is this just for a specific group? SNE is, I think, what I understood.
No, not just for SNEs.
Okay.
It's for California educators.
For all educators. And the timeline was a short timeline. I think on the CCSS updates, it came out on the 27th, but the timeline for registration was only open till the 31st. So I think that's kind of problematic. At least that, unless I'm reading it incorrectly.
And that's...
So I received it on the 27th. We get those updates, but it says the online application for the course is available through the links below and will remain open through August 31st. So we might need to extend that timeline.
I will check that out.
Thank you.
Okay, good. Other comments on this item 1? If not, we're ready for public comment.
We have 6 speakers: Doug McCrae, Susan Green, Patty Scripter, Terry Burns, Barbara Flores.
Good morning. I'm Doug McRae, retired testing specialist from Monterey. Welcome to Member McFarland. You now have a new title. Your father no longer needs to call you Mr. McFarland. Come here. The big question about the Smarter Balanced test result is not delay in release of results or even the relationship to the previous, the old STAR data on the CDE website, but rather it's the quality of the Smarter Balanced scores now being provided to local districts and schools. These scores should be valid, fair, reliable, as required by California statute, as well as professional standards for large-scale K-12 tests. When I made a public records request to the CDE last winter for documentation of validity, reliability, and fairness, the information for Smarter Balanced tests, either in the CDE files or obtainable from the Smarter Balanced Consortium. The reply letter in January said the CDE had no such information in their files. I provided a copy of this interchange to the State Board at your January meeting. There have been no documentation of validity, reliability, or fairness for Smarter Balanced tests released by Smarter Balanced, UCLA, or CDE since January, as far as I know. Statewide test results should not be released in the absence of documented validity, reliability, and fairness of scores. Individual student reports should not be shared with parents or students before technical quality of scores is documented. But the real longer-lasting damage will be done if substandard information is placed in student cumulative academic records to follow students for the remaining years in school. To do damage for placement, instructional decisions, and opportunities to learn for years to come. To allow this to happen would be immoral, unethical, unprofessional, and to say the least, to say the least, totally irresponsible. I'd urge you to take action on this today. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Susan Green. I'm the Director of Assessment for San Juan Unified School District, and I wanted to take a few minutes and share with you kind of a district's perspective of what's been going on with CASP since we've gotten our results. Our district actually got its final preliminary file on August 10th, and we've been working with both our district leadership and our sites on using the data and understanding it, and I have to say that it has been extremely positive. It has given us a real good starting point of understanding where we are in implementing Common Core state standards. And in terms of kind of in contrast to STAR, the one piece of information it's given us that's been extremely valuable is the claim level data. I was working with a school site earlier this week, and it was a high-performing school site that did really well in mathematics, high concepts and procedures score, but what we saw across the board was a weakness in problem solving and communication. When working with the teachers, what they realized is that they hadn't done it last year, that really they saw a hole in their program. And so I think, watching them learn and then try to make changes to their instructional program this year was very exciting. We've also been working really hard and just started to release our professional development, making sure that all of it is embedded with digital library informative interim assessments. The school I was just talking about, they actually made a decision after looking at their data that they're going to use the interim performance task math block in November as a starting point. They're going to give it to their students, observe students, do a common scoring together, and then really look at the data and look at where they can go from that. And then they plan on repeating that again in March. We're making progress. It is definitely slow. But I would say that I'm looking forward to the future because I believe that this assessment will help us to improve student learning in California. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Patty Scripter, California State PTA. There was lots of information in the report this morning. We appreciated it. There are a lot of changes, and as parents, it's not always easy to follow. I think President Kirst, to Truth and Beauty, I'm going to add claims as things that I have to figure out the definition for. We appreciate the outreach and the partnership with the department and with staff and the work that we're doing to try and communicate this information to parents. PTA, this is a priority. We have a high-quality assessment project that's from now through December where we're really focused on getting this information into the hands of parents and to help them learn to interpret their student scores and to understand how this works in the picture of all of California's education reforms. We believe getting information into the hands of actual teachers and parents is a key next step. That means easy access to information. Translations into more languages is critical. Information that's focused on the questions that Member Rucker raised, which is, what is it, how does it work, what does it mean for my child, and why is it important? Really having those as key questions will help. Transparency will be key, giving information when it's asked. We're encouraging that the state, the school districts, schools, and families look at these initial results as a tool to deepen conversations between educators, parents, schools, and really to focus on the fact that the intent is that curriculum and instruction meet student needs and that should be foremost. We believe that parent knowledge, understanding, and support for the new assessments are critical to successful implementation. We're working to that end, and we appreciate the partnership and the ongoing work that we'll do together. Thank you.
Terry Burns on behalf of California School Boards Association, and I will ditto much of what Ms. Scripter said. We've really appreciated the opportunity to work with the department and the board in getting the message out, in watching this roll out well, not fast. That is a very important piece of this. The materials that have come forth from the department have been very helpful for us in sharing with our communities what these tests are, what they do, what to expect. More of that is better. Our one concern is that with a third of the students in our state being English language learners in Spanish, we would like to have seen more of this material come out in Spanish early on, as well as other languages out there that are very predominant in some communities. So anything we can do to add to that. We do recognize that there are resource issues. We have the same resource issues. So anything you can do to help us share that message in other languages will be appreciated. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, State Superintendent Torlakson, and esteemed board members. My name is Dr. Barbara Flores, and I'm here representing California Association of Bilingual Education and Californians Together. And I also like to add that I'm an elected official, school board member since 2008, in the 8th largest school district in the state, San Bernardino City Unified School District. And I am currently also the president of the California Latino School Boards Association. So I'd like to speak We are requesting that the board request a report on the number and percentage of ELs who took the SBAC assessments with any designated supports or accommodations, and which designated supports and accommodations were most implemented. This information is needed to indicate what additional technical assistance schools and teachers may need to make use of these supports for accessibility to new assessments. We also would like you to focus on primary language assessment, and we would appreciate the scheduling of this item for the November State Board of Education meeting, and offer our support and help with the development of this new assessment. With the growth of dual immersion programs and the increased interest in the state seal of biliteracy, we think this is a very important assessment and appreciate the department's developmental work to be able to use it for accountability and eligibility criteria for the state seal of biliteracy. So we thank you very much.
Okay, that concludes that item, and item 2 has been pulled, so now we're on to item 3, which is concerning the California Assessment of Student Progress and Performance Independent Evaluation Study Plan.
Carrick Ashley, Deputy Superintendent, District School and Innovation Branch. Item 3 is before you for action. We are requesting approval for a plan for an independent evaluation of CASP. So with the law that authorized CASP, it also requires the department to contract with, to provide an independent evaluation of that system. So what we are providing for you today for approval is the recommended study plan for this independent contractor. We did go through an RFP process, public RFP process, and in that process, once it was completed, the selected vendor is the Human Resource Research Organization, HUMRO. You should be very familiar with HUMRO in that they are the independent evaluator for our CASE assessment. So, once we selected that vendor they've started as of July, and we've been working with them, working with State Board staff, CDE staff, Smarter Balance Consortium staff, to come up with some recommendations for what the vendor should look at in terms of independent evaluation. The attachment 1 provides more in-depth information about the evaluation plan. I'll go over them just briefly. The first of the 5 is an independent evaluation of access to designated supports and accommodations, which has been mentioned a couple of times. This, of course, is a formal evaluation of that. It's been mentioned that perhaps we get stakeholder feedback that's more informal and anecdotal, and we can do that prior to the formal evaluation. So access to designated supports and accommodations. 2, an evaluation of just the administration of Smarter Balance itself, the administration of both the summative and the interim assessments as well. 3, the efficacy of the human scoring process, or the scoring overall and the use of those scores as another evaluation, part of the evaluation. 4th topic would be the use of the scores and the ease of interpretation of the scores in the Smarter Balance system, both summative and interim. And then the 5th proposed study is about the quality of the new science assessment items. That'll, of course, come later once we have science a little further down. So we do have also in the audience with us Lori Weiss, who's the principal scientist for HUMRO, in case there are any questions that you think he can answer that I might not be able to.
Okay, board member questions on this item? Yeah. Board member Burr.
Thanks, Carrick. And I just want to say I really appreciate this item being brought forward, because I think the states, certainly the superintendent and the board, have been very well served over the years by HUMRO's independent evaluation of CASE. So I really appreciate that we're continuing that kind of effort with respect to Smarter Balanced and the issues that have been raised over and over again about validity, reliability, et cetera, I think will be answered through this mechanism. So just a couple things. One is a more specific one, and maybe you're planning to do this somewhere else, but you mentioned science as a particular area of evaluation. We've heard a lot about the primary language assessment as well. Is there a plan for an independent evaluation of that, or did you have that somewhere down the road? Sorry, didn't mean to stump you, Michelle.
Michelle Center. So the evaluation is for CASP as a whole, so it doesn't include just Smarter Balance. We can include primary language, we can include science, we can include the alternate. Okay. All of those are game for this evaluation. I think part of it has to do with the timing and the fact that this is currently a 3-year contract, and what can we evaluate during that 3-year time period.
Okay. So I probably, and I'm happy to make a motion in a minute, we'll make the motion to be a little bit broader to give you some flexibility as issues come up that would be helpful to study so that that can be part of the action. Okay.
I think that's a good idea.
The other couple questions I had, one was that, as I recall, the legislation asks that you not duplicate other studies that are being done, and you've got a lot of other people in this field, whether it's CREST, who's, as I understand it, housing Smarter Balance now, or our contractors doing some studies as well. So kind of two questions related to that. Will there be sort of a presentation or overview of who's doing what where? And will it be HUMRO's job to kind of pull those all together and say, report to us in a comprehensive way? Because I think that might be helpful just for us to be able to keep track of it.
That's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that in terms of using HUMRO in that capacity, so we can go back and have that conversation. I think one of the things we are going to do is start trying to include consortium staff in our technical advisory group meetings that we have, so that we in California are really kept informed of the work that they are doing with UCLA CREST, so that we are really working as partners in terms of this full evaluation plan.
Yeah, ETS is making studies also, so there's at least 3 entities plus HUMRO in doing this. Board members.
So, Carrick, thank you so much for the update on this. I'm interested in when you believe we might get the interim report and some findings of, because this is such a new thing, we're trying to look at it so carefully. I'm just curious on the timing. I know we've got a statute deadline, but I think it's going to take a little longer just because it's kind of a late in the process. I'm just curious when you expect or have a sense, and you look like...
I'll have to get back to you. They just started this contract in July, and they yet haven't received what they're supposed to study yet. But we'll bring back a schedule for you.
Okay, other board member comments on this? If not, public comment.
Doug McCrae, Liz Guillen, Barbara Flores.
I think we can.
Hi, good morning again. I'm Doug McCrae, retired test specialist from Monterey. I think there are major gaps in the recommended studies for the CASP independent evaluator. First, there's an overwhelming need for the independent evaluator to track progress of implementing Common Core instruction in California for ELA and math, as well as for implementation of future NGSS instruction. We've had no information on the degree of implementation of instruction for Common Core. My best guess is approximately 50 to 60% of the districts have implemented Common Core instruction at this point in time. Second, there's an overwhelming need for the independent evaluator to either document or confirm validity, reliability, fairness, comparability over time for the Smarter Balanced ELA and math tests, as well as the upcoming NGSS tests. This work cannot fully be done by test development or operations vendors for CASP, including Smarter Balanced or UCLA, due to conflict of interests. Third, independent evaluator should be doing the alignment studies for Common Core for Smarter Balanced ELA and math tests, as well as new NGSS assessments. Again, for conflict of interest reasons, alignment studies cannot be done by vendors or suppliers of the test development or operational services for statewide assessment programs. Beyond these priority areas, analysis for designated supports, analysis for scoring processes, analysis of use of results are all worthy items for the independent evaluator's work plan. Analysis of variations for implementation of interim tests should be low priority because interim tests are voluntary for local schools and districts. Variations of use are not only healthy, but an integral part of local control of instruction rather than part of a mandatory state assessment system. Thank you.
Dr. Flores again. This is a very important item again for CABE and Californians together. And we strongly recommend that the issues of validity specific to English language learner accessibility through designated supports and accommodations be part of the first-year study to help improve their use in the system of administration. In addition, the review should include an evaluation of the format of the stacked Spanish math assessment to see if having the two languages visibly distinct would help the students distinguish one language from the other. And we understand that the contract has already been awarded, so we would just like to recommend that this aspect of the two languages being visibly different, one in English, one in Spanish, or with the other one, be included as well in the study. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a little time before lunch, so I'd like to move up. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we need a motion.
Yeah. So I would move the department's recommendation to approve the plan with just the option to revise or replace the study topics or augment them as necessary to address urgent and important questions, and that you just inform the board as you go along about what those changes are.
Second. Okay, board member discussion. Board member Molina?
So, will that include the distinction between primary the two languages in the report, the way you make the motion?
Okay, any public comment on the motion? Not all raise your hands in favor. Okay, passes. So we have some time, so I think we could move up the SBE priorities. Item 12, take that now, and I'll run through the various liaisons. I'll start. I did some speaking in Washington about California in July, in D.C., had several appearances there. There's really intense interest as to what we're doing, and a lot of buzz out there about California and how it's somewhat going its own way, and so I think that was useful. We got an extension and more money on the National Governors Association grant to help us coordinate on Common Core between higher and lower education. And so Penny Edgert at the Intersegmental Coordinating Committee is going to help us out on this. And then staff member Nancy Brownell will also be working on it. And one of the things we're working on is to have the higher education people who come from all four of our systems, including the privates, to be briefed on what is a smarter balanced assessment and what's on it, and then have the college board people present to the K-12 people, because they know very little about it, in my judgment, the new PSAT and SAT, which the PSAT will be administered in beginning in October 2016, and the new SAT in the spring, so that we could sort of put our cards down on the table as to who's assessing what, how. The college. The PSAT, SAT is all paper and pencil. They believe that that's the appropriate way to go. So there's significant differences, but there's a lot of similarities. So that's an activity that we have going on. So let me now call the other liaisons. Let's see, IQC Mathematics, Rucker, Strauss, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we're continuing on the rollout for mathematics, and the California Math Council South, and they're going to actually do a Northern California conference too. But last fall, they had more than 2,500 people in the Palm Springs annual conference, and we did a leadership strand that actually began to highlight some of the best practices. And we're doing it. The reason I bring it up is that the first Friday and Saturday of November, right following our November board meeting, it's going to happen again, and they are really seeking out and very well connected our math framework group into the districts that are rolling out math, that are looking at implementation both of integrated and traditional pathways. And so the leadership strand with some of the districts that we've seen as really key leaders have been very helpful in advising district guidelines and leadership. So the California Math Council provides not only opportunities for teachers to collaborate, but also leaders. So I'm just encouraging people to pay attention to some of the continued rollout, because 1 or 2 years of rollout, obviously, it's going to just the beginning of what it's going to really take to fully implement our new math framework. So Member Rucker, did you have any comments else on mathematics?
No, I just like to associate myself with your comments.
Oh, okay,
Thank you.
All right, so IQC, ELA, ELD, Melina Strauss.
I do have a comment on that as well. So in July, I attended part of the ELA materials review adoption that was held right at the LAX Sheridan with our IQC members and 100 volunteers, hundreds of volunteers of adults who volunteered teachers to review the materials and participate in the review and recommendation process. And let me just say first, to the CDE team under Tom Adams who did the review, not only they truck all the items down there, but they did an amazing job, along with all the volunteer time from our IQC members, to manage the process. It was really well thought out. They modified it and tweaked it to make sure that it would be as effective. And I watched the deliberations on the second round, and it was really well run, really effective, and just a compliment to the commitment of the CDE team and all the volunteers. And I don't know that people realize that our IQC members actually spend a lot of time in the review committees, in the framework activities. It was just very, very effective. And so we're going to hear some more about the recommendations, but I just wanted to just thank CDE team and the IQC for the work that they did on that.
Okay, IQC, History, Social Science, Rucker Sandoval.
At this point in time, we don't have a lot of information to report from our last meeting. The work going forward to revise the framework is continuing, and the board should expect from the timeline that was submitted and approved by the IQC to see a new draft. There is a lot of public comment being reviewed, and at our next meeting, we anticipate going through that raft of public comment and addressing how to review or revise some of those comments into the framework. I do want to say, the framework between the English Language Arts framework and the mathematics framework, the History Social Science framework has actually generated far more input from stakeholders across the state. This was supposed to be the easy one because we thought we had a formula for moving forward with this to try to transition from our old standards and bring this into the work that's being done to implement the Common Core. So I have to say I don't want to speak on in advance or on behalf of Board Member Sandoval, but I actually learned more about writing a framework from doing this than I did on working on the math framework. The History Social Science framework became more of a very personal conversation for many of the stakeholders who chose to get involved in offering comments on this framework, not because the work hasn't been done well. The department has done exemplary work and has shown exemplary leadership in the development of each of the frameworks that we have approved up to this point. But this framework and the development of this framework became more personal because we have continued to misstate or not choose to balance how we portray or how we develop the story of this state's history or the explanation of our culture and the development of our culture through that framework and the transmission of information and attitudes and values through that framework. So this was a very personal framework for a lot of the stakeholders. It was a very personal development process for me as well to look at and understand not only what I learned and didn't learn, but also what I taught and failed to teach well. California has always been notable in their history social science framework and was one of the first states to talk about the need to make history be a story that is well told. And it's in the conversations we've had on this framework where we frankly have admitted and come to an understanding about what the gaps are in not only how we're telling the story, but understanding what's happening in other states on some of those very tough conversations that have developed and have percolated up in the discussion with this framework as well. So the work is going forward. The hard conversations have come. I believe at some point we'll be able to present to you not necessarily a consensus document, but probably a document that is going to give to the state the strongest possible options and the strongest possible outline for creating history courses, both in the middle school and the high school, that really will meet the needs for the students and the communities that have raised those concerns. But also it's going to change the direction, or at least broaden the perspective at the elementary level on what the study of history and social science is really going to be. So I think the work we've done and the work that the IQC has taken a real leadership role on doing this has been quite exemplary.
Okay, IQC Science, Strauss Williams.
Should I go ahead and include a couple of other things with it, or are you going just by science?
This is science.
Just science. Okay, on NGSS since July, I attended with Member Strauss. The California Curriculum Framework Committee has gone from moving its materials on the framework to the Science Subject Matter Committee. We attended that meeting, was it just last week? On the 25th and 26th. And I'm sure that Member Strauss will join me in just commending how hard these people work. The Curriculum Framework Committee, the writers for that committee, oh my gosh, right now the framework is 1,900 pages long for science, and incredibly well documented and researched, and everyone agrees it's too long, but it's really, really thorough. They spent the last week going through where it might be edited, but of course there were always people who also had ideas about something else that needed to be added. It is going the end of next month, and Member Strauss and I will both be there to the IQC, Instructional Quality Commission, that will get a recommendation from the Science Subject Matter Committee to approve it and send it out for 60 days of public comment. The Science Subject Matter Committee also is compiling the list of edits that they are recommending be made to it, but those edits will be made during the public comment period. There's no way to get them made before it goes out for public comment. In addition, on science, I will be attending the Achieve meeting on NGSS in October, and in Washington, D.C. For state leadership teams, and I will also be attending the California Science Teachers Association annual conference the week prior to that in October.
So just let me just add a little bit to what Member Williams said, is that I would say last week on Thursday and Friday when we were doing the science edits, the collaboration and the energy and the commitment, again, of CDE team and the IQC members was extraordinary. We got through a lot, and what I think is exciting is by the time the framework goes out for its first of 2 public comments, it will be edited, we've been told. And so, and it's very public, very transparent as far as all the tracking of every suggested comment. It was a very collaborative and strong working group. And I would say but again, these are another example of the IQC. This is the science subgroup of the commitment that they provide as advisory members to the state board. And Member Burr's going to talk about positions as we do more screening, but I think we really do want to reach out to those who we know who have broad content experience, because when you're on the IQC, this time you might do science, but you might also be doing history. And so we have subject matter content specialists, but we also have leaders who've had experience in broader content. So over their term, they are able to handle and advise us. So it was just a collaborative work, but again, to the CDE team that helped facilitate it, it was extraordinary to to bring all the documents to us. So just to support that work.
Okay, the SBE Screening Committee, Member Burr.
Thank you. So this is recruitment time for most of our standing advisory committees. So I just want to run through those quickly just to let folks know what they are. For 3 of these committees, we will be making applications available this Friday, September 4th, and we will be asking for those to be provided in paper form. We're actually moving into the 21st century for IQC, and we're going to be testing out an electronic form, and so that deadline will be October 12th. So I'll just run through these quickly and give you the specifics. For the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, we're looking for 2 positions to be filled, and those 2 positions have to represent members of governing boards of school districts, district superintendent, or district superintendents. So we're opening that application again on this Friday with deadline due, or the applications due Friday, October 2nd. For the Advisory Commission on Special Education, we have 1 vacancy to fill, and our preference will be given to parents who have a child or young adult with disabilities. That deadline is October 2nd. For the Instructional Quality Commission, as Member Strauss mentioned, we're actually seeking applicants to fill 5 positions. We are looking for practicing teachers and leaders who have experience and expertise in health, world languages, visual and performing arts, and English language development. And again, that deadline is October 12th, and applicants for the IQC positions can apply online. We're also recruiting for the student board member. Mr. McFarland just got here, and we're already looking for his replacement. But this is a 1-year term, so we always start the cycle again. So we will be recruiting from the 2015-16 junior class, so those students will be seniors in 2016-17. Student board member serves a 1-year term, and those applications will also be due Friday, October 12th. So I just, in preparation for this is a lot of work. I want to express my appreciation to the board liaisons who will help out on this, Member Williams and Member Holliday on the Advisory Commission for Charter Schools, Member Sandoval on the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Eileen Strauss always helps me out on IQC, and then Member Holliday and Member Strauss help out on the student board recruitment. So again, express my appreciation for that.
Okay. Now we're on to the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools, Holliday Williams. Oops, Holiday. So you're on, yeah.
This is just a short report. We have a meeting of the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools between every single state board meeting. So 1 month it's a state board meeting, the next month it's ACCS. Next month it's state board, next month it's ACCS. And Member Holliday and I have committed to attending all of the ACCS meetings so that we hear the deliberations of that advisory group, which is an advisory directly to the board, and so that we get the first sneak peek at what the CDE's analysis reveals of the charter petitions and their recommendations. So we did do that last month and are prepared to bring that into the discussion today when the charter items come up.
Okay. Now we're on to the Advisory Commission on Special Education. Board Member Sandoval.
Okay. The Advisory Commission on Special Education just published its 2014-15 annual report. It's a very succinct document. You should all have it in your mailboxes. And it really describes the impact that this body has had on our work in California. And it also reminds us of our responsibility to keep students with special needs and disabilities in mind in all of the work that we do. And the Commission also reviewed Assembly Concurrent Resolution number 60, which recognizes the necessity of a more respectful and humanistic view of students with disabilities and affirms the use of people first language, which is putting the person first rather than the disability. We also looked at the disability equity rubric, which helps direct the Commission's focus on safeguarding equity of access, support, and outcomes accountability for students with disabilities. And then the commissioners participated in a public forum regarding competitive integrated employment outcomes for students with intellectual and developmental disabilities. There are several entities, CDE, California Workforce Investment Board, Department of Rehabilitation, Department of Developmental Services. They're engaging stakeholders as they develop a blueprint for competitive integrated employment. And what that means is that the employee earns at least minimum wage and not less than others who do similar work, and is in an integrated work environment with individuals who are not living with disabilities. So it's very important to get all of these agencies together working towards that. And then finally, commissioners also heard from the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing on the future of teacher preparation and credentialing for special education as we move forward to ensure that general and special education teachers are prepared to instruct diverse learners in one coherent system, so that common trunk. And there are stakeholder meetings happening throughout the state through the end of this month, and this is in direct response to the task force report that was issued in March. So it's clear that this important work is continuing. And just a quick note, I'm also the liaison with the California State Summer School for the Arts, and the 29th session wrapped up. More than 500 students completed that wonderful program in August. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Now the Teacher Commission.
So the Credentialing Commission met last week as well, and I had been liaison and then member Burr, and so I'm back on it now. And so this is my first meeting again with the Credentialing Commission, and so and I was going back and forth between that and science. So I did attend part of that meeting, and they are talking a lot about, they did several kind of highlights, one on the accreditation system and trying to strengthen and streamline the process so it's relevant. So it's not just a big report, but it actually is one that can actually help and inform and systematize it. So everyone seemed very, very supportive of that. A lot of talk about induction. There's been a task force working on that, both induction for teachers and leaders, and requirements for clear credentials to make sure that teachers are have a mentor and that they get to observe effective teachers. So that's a continuing work as we look at our increased need for teachers. And Chair Darlene Hammond said in her opening comments that last year in 2014 there were 27,000 positions open for teachers on EdJoin, and this year there were 49,000 openings, of which 8,700 are not filled yet. So I think it really tells us that we really need to think about encouraging our whole our field and mentoring and supporting people to stay in, attracting quality candidates and providing growth throughout the career, but clearly a big issue. And then they did talk about the administrative credential exam. We are the only state that has an exam, and so there was a lot of talk about performance tasks in the credentialing exam and what cut scores ought to be and the whole process that they went through. But I think it really committed CTC, and I think there's some good work ahead as we look to the issues of preparing our teachers and leaders to serve our population. Thanks.
Okay. Board Member McFarland, you want to make any comments?
Actually, Mrs. White forwarded me this email from this man. He worked for MTV, and he actually asked if I wanted to be on the special they're having on September 11th called Think It Up. And basically, it's like a science-like competition. He tried to explain to me, but I didn't really understand exactly. But I wanted to be on TV. It would be really fun. And then he said he also wants to talk to me about my position here on the State Board of Education, too, for a little bit. So I'm really excited for that. I'm going up Thursday to practice, and then Friday it's live. So that'll be fun. Yeah.
Let us know. We'll see it on YouTube. Yes, Board Member Burke.
I just wanted to report on the collaborative.
Yes, please do.
So as you know, I'm the board representative to the California Collaborative of Educational Excellence, along with Superintendent Torlakson. We had our meeting on August 6th, and I think many of you know this is not a surprise that we named an executive director, and it's Dr. Carl Cohn, our former colleague here on the board. And we're just delighted that he has agreed to serve in that role. It's going to be, I think, he will be a fantastic leader for us. We also had a presentation by the county superintendents of schools, and they're going to present tomorrow. So we'll hear a lot of the same kind of thing, but also on their work that they're doing around aligning LCAPs and annual updates and the technical assistance they're providing to LEAs. We've also been working since we started in February about trying to align what our guiding principles are and our vision for the work of the collaborative. That's been facilitated by Janelle Kubinik. She's done a great job. And so that's on the website, the collaborative's website, if you're interested in looking at that. Of course, I think Dr. Cohn will help us expand that and put that into action. And then all of the other work around the LCAP, et cetera, will be discussed in the morning at length. Thank you.
Okay, good. So I need a motion to accept the minutes of the board. Second by Melina. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay. So we have a little time before lunch, so we're going to keep moving and take item 7 on this. Item 6 on the School Improvement Grant Program. Bob Storelli is here to present this. Go ahead.
Okay, item 6. Good afternoon, Board President Kerr, Superintendent Torlickson, members of the board. I'm Bob Storelli, Director of the Improvement and Accountability Division. Item 6 today is an information item related to our school improvement grant. So I'll just give you a little bit of background here, bring you up to date of where we're at. In February of 2015, the U.S. Department of Ed released their fiscal year 14 SIG final requirements. At the same time, they released a SIG SEA application, which for California would be our cohort 4. The application had a due date of April 15th of 2015. As such, being that it was so late in the year, the U.S. Department of Ed offered SEAs to file what they called an abbreviated application, which would carry the money forward and allow the SEAs to begin the program in 2016-17. California, we submitted a item to the board in July, which the board approved. We submitted that to the U.S. Department of Ed, and they are currently reviewing it. As we understand it, many states followed the same path because of the timeline. So what we're doing right now is getting ready for our cohort 4, although it's a year away. Our plan is to use our 2014 SIG money, which is approximately $60 million, and our 2015 SIG money, approximately another 60, and combine those amounts into a cohort 4, which would begin in the 16-17 year. So one of the changes
That's $120 million total.
Correct, $120 million. And so one of the opportunities, if you will, for the cohort 4 is the U.S. Department of Ed has allowed states to develop a state-determined intervention model. And so what California has been working on in collaboration with the California Comprehensive Center and the Center for School Turnaround is working on towards developing a model. Right now we're developing and getting real close to releasing questionnaires to all the groups that would be impacted by this. School leaders, teaching and learning, student academic support, family and community engagement. So some of you will be seeing this shortly. We're looking for feedback as to the development of a model should we decide to move forward with one. What was interesting is in our discussions with the U.S. Department of Ed, at this point only 5 states have actually submitted and had a state-determined intervention model approved. And those are all flex states, which seems to make sense. But we're looking at this. We're looking for input and feedback to see where the state model would fit in with California's goals here. What we anticipate is coming forward is having this information, bringing it forward, wrapping it up into a recommendation to the board. Ideally, it would be in November. The anticipation
November 2016.
November of this year.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, because the U.S. Department of Ed has told us that they expect to get out their SIG application this fall. We were promised that last year. It came out in February. So we've got many scenarios outlined here for if and when. We do have the luxury of some additional time, but the goal is to have the SEA application completed, submitted to the U.S. Department of Ed for your approval, and then in the process keep the schools and districts that are eligible for a SIG grant informed as we go forward, so they're ready to act if time frame gets short.
Go ahead. Well, I think what you wanted to have us look at is are we interested in, at this point, in there were 4 ways to turn around a school according to the U.S. Department, and now they've admitted there's a faint possibility there may be more than 4 ways.
Correct.
They may not know all of the ways in that you can turn around a school. So
Thank
they're
you.
allowing the states to come up with a more, quote, flexible option. And I think what we're need to discuss is whether we're interested in that. We're one of the states that wanted more flexibility.
Right.
So, and this was a change in the law by Congress to allow a more flexible range, SIG grant. So can you talk a little bit about the flexible option and
Yes.
what your thoughts are on whether we should pursue it?
So right now, with the changes in the SIG final requirements that came out in February, originally there were 4 models that were available to all states: the transformation model, turnaround model, restart model, and closure model. And so with the new requirements, they added into, it's called the early learning model and the evidence-based whole school reform model. The evidence-based whole school reform model is somewhat interesting in that it requires the submittal of a plan, if you will, for the U.S. Department of Ed to evaluate and then support. At this point, there are, I believe, 4 plans that have been submitted and are on the clearinghouse website that they approve. Let me find my notes here. So the state-determined intervention model does give some more flexibility. It requires that it be the state plan be part of the whole school reform model, which means the model is designated to improve student academic achievement, makes sense, be implemented for all students in a school, address at a minimum in a comprehensive and coordinated manner each of the following: school leadership, teaching and learning, student non-academic support, and family and community engagement. So some of the things that we would normally expect to have in a turnaround model. So these are some of the elements that we're going to be addressing in our surveys and questions to the stakeholders. One of the things that that is also new to the grant for the cohort 4, it extends the period of terms, and this is U.S. Department of Ed requirements. It extends the period of the grant from 3 to 5 years. So within that time period, there is potentially a year for planning, 3 years for implementation, and 1 year for sustainability type things. Right now, we have somewhat like that. The grants are established for 3 years, but there is an opportunity for a 4th year continuation, and where the district's schools haven't implemented all their plans, still have money available. They submit a continuation application to us, which we review and then move forward with. One of the other changes, the flexibilities that the final requirements are, is they offer flexibility to rural LEAs to waive one element of the transformation or turnaround model. One of the concerns that they had there was because of the the location of these rural schools and LEAs, that staffing, if you're going to turn over staffing and rehire, you didn't have many options in terms of drawing new or experienced teachers to the area. Also with turning over principals. So there's the option there for a school, a district, to consider one of those waived. We talked about the option for year planning, and there's also a requirement to review external providers' performance and holding external providers accountable. Makes sense. So this is kind of the overview, if you will, of what the U.S. Department of Ed has given to us with the new requirements, the flexibility that they've built in themselves, and then it's, okay, state, what do you want to do? As our SIG team, we've discussed this pretty intently. It's an opportunity for California. We've heard a lot of districts, a lot of schools, some rural, that have issues with the plans, the requirements of the models right now. So providing that flexibility into our own model, I think, would be a very, very good way to proceed.
Okay, and you'll come back in November then with a plan with approval for the board to do
yes,
something.
That is our
this
plan.
is, I agree, an opportunity for us and have our rural schools help too. Yes, Board Member Burr. These grants are quite large per school, aren't they? I mean,
they are. They're a maximum of $2 million per year per school.
Yeah, so we need to pursue this. Yes.
Yeah, the only, I appreciate that they're giving us a lot more flexibility, and it sort of looks like to me that the state-determined model looks very similar to the whole school reform model, absent the what works connection. But this is an artifact of, I hope, a dinosaur about to become extinct, which is ESEA as we currently know it. So I just hope that, well, I don't want to forego the opportunity I would never forego the opportunity for LEAs or schools to get more money. I would hope that as we move forward, we make sure it's aligned with the direction we're moving, so that it's consistent with their LCAP, it's all the strategies that we know, and I know you guys are working desperately on plan alignment and that kind of stuff as well, that it not just kind of exist in this separate parallel channel that has been occurring for a long time. So I'd just like to hear about that when we hear more about it in November.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Board Member Rucker.
And so I'm also looking forward to what your recommendation will be in November. And I just wanted to put this, if I could request this, not because it's on today's agenda, but at some point in time, I would like to ask you to also prepare some review for us if everybody's anticipated desire about this reauthorization happens. This is one program that won't be there. So what is it that we would be doing going forward with these programs that are already in place that were established here? So I think that it is something for us to consider and for us to keep in mind that if a reauthorization happens, we will have implemented now 4 cohorts of this particular intervention model that will no longer be required or mandated. What are we going to do with that? So I do want us to keep that in mind. And so that's not something I'm actually authorized to ask for, but I just know, since everybody's looking forward to this, that is something for us to keep in mind as well.
Okay, and if I may respond, you're probably aware, so once the grant, if California would receive the grant, we'd be carrying this cohort forward into 2020, 2021. So it'd be with us for a while once we start it. So. Yes.
Yeah, so that dinosaur will last. Okay, all right. Any further? Is there any public comment on this?
Yes, for Dr. Barbara Flores.
I just want to say that our school district got the most money in the whole United States, approximately $58 million for SIG. And we had 11 schools participate, 3 high schools, 2 middle schools, and the rest elementary. So we're definitely going to apply for the 4th and 5th year for this grant. But I'm here to represent CABE and Californians Together. And what we would recommend that we, when designating the state-determined whole school model, that particular attention be given to models that address the student subgroups that have triggered the SIG grant, such as English language learners. And as Member Burns said, we have over a third of our students as English language learners. And we're not making very good progress. Majority of them are on level 3. So we need to do more. School selecting models should include in their grant a rationale for why and how this model will address the needs of their targeted student subgroups. I like what Member Rucker said, the why and the how. We have to ask those questions, the why and the how. And we also understand that, you may need some help, and we have a lot of expertise in CABE and Californians Together, and we would be happy to work with the department in order to identify successful practices and models that would work not only for English language learners, but for the other subgroups. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is an information item, no formal action required, and so.
May I
yes,
make one?
Superintendent.
I just wanted to make one comment. It actually follows Member Strauss's comment about the teacher pipeline. Barbara is a school board member in San Bernardino District, which has a career pathway teachers program. And I visited, and it was amazing. Teachers coming from the community were former students from their sophomore year on. There's a cohort, I think we saw 30 students in 2 classes at 2 grades, and they come back. They represent their community and the mix and diversity of their community, but they come back. So I just want to acknowledge her own daughter is one of the ones who came back, and others came back who teach science and special needs kids. So I just want to acknowledge, Barbara, your leadership there. Great program.
Yeah. Okay, the board will adjourn now till 1 o'clock.
All right, that's the main thing. Okay. No one can explain.
leave your worries, leave them on the doorstep. Life's sweet. Just direct your feet to the sunny, sunny side of the street. Hop a balloon that pitter-pat. You know that happy tune is my step. Life's all right if you dig that beat on the sunny, sunny side of the street. Used to walk in the shade with my blues on parade. What a drag, old man, getting stuck in the shade. Get hip, don't be afraid. Move it on over, keep yourself in the clover. Only hip for a cent, who cares? Rich as Rockefeller, can't be beat. Gold dust round my feet on the sunny, sunny side of the street.
Check 1 2 check. There. I have to add this.
Okay. All right. State Board will reconvene. And so we will hear the charter school appeal. And this is item 5 for the Academia. And let's have the CDE come forward, and then we'll have a public hearing, and then public comment. Go ahead. Begin.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board President Kirst, Executive Director Staff Walters, and members of the board. I am Cindy Chan, Director of the Charter Schools Division with the California Department of Education. Item 5 is an appeal for the renewal of the Academia Avance Charter School, which I will refer to as Avance throughout my presentation. This is a charter school located in the northeast area of Los Angeles that served approximately 474 pupils in grades 6 through grade 12. The charter school was originally authorized in 2004 by the Los Angeles Unified School District, or LAUSD, and in 2010 was not renewed by LAUSD, so the school appealed to the Los Angeles County Board of Education, which approved Avance for a 5-year term. On May 12, 2015, the LA County Board of Education considered the Avance renewal petition but did not grant approval or denial. Avance submitted its appeal to the State Board of Education on June 8, 2015. The charter's term expired on June 30, 2015. The CDE has reviewed the appeal documents and is recommending that the SBE hold a public meeting and thereafter deny the renewal of the Avance charter petition. Although the CDE is not recommending approval of Avance, if the SBE ultimately decides to authorize the renewal petition, the CDE would recommend that the approval motion include that the school address the areas of the petition where CDE has proposed a technical amendment, as well as the 2 areas of its petition that were not met regarding closure procedures and goals to address the 8 state priorities. In addition, the CDE would recommend that the motion also include the following 3 conditions to address the serious concerns that the CDE has identified in its review. And the 3 conditions are as follows. Avance shall provide an academic plan for the 2015 school year by September 30th, 2015, which details the benchmark assessments the school administer and the instructional modifications that will take place school-wide and by subgroup for students not achieving at grade level. Within 60 days after the close of escrow on the sale of the City Terrace Limited Liability Company investment, Avance shall provide the CDE with a copy of the settlement statement that identifies the amount of proceeds that Avance will receive and updated financial statements that reflect the sale of the investment. And the 3rd condition is within 90 days after approval of the charter renewal, Avance shall provide the CDE with a plan, including a timeline regarding how the school will pay all outstanding rent owed in any vendor bills that are more than 90 days past due. So I will provide additional detail in support of these conditions throughout my presentation, and I'll note that so that you can see the support for these. The Advisory Commission on Charter Schools considered the Avance renewal petition at its August 4th, 2015 meeting. 4 commissioners voted to recommend approval and 1 commissioner voted to recommend denial. However, because 5 votes are needed for an action to carry, there is no official recommendation from the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. So a little bit of background on the CDE's review. When the SBE receives a petition on appeal, CDE staff independently review the petition and the appeal documents that were submitted to the local level, the district, and in this case, the County Board of Education or the Los Angeles County Office of Education. The CDE staff have reviewed the Avance appeal documents, which include the petition, appendices, attachments, budget and financial information, educational and demographic data of the surrounding schools, academic achievement data, and board minutes, agendas, and recommendations from the Los Angeles County Office of Education, or LACO, regarding denial of the petition along with the petitioner's responses. So criteria for renewal. What is the State Board of Education's responsibility in the consideration of a renewal petition? And because this is a little bit different than the petitions that are usually brought forward to you, which are to establish a new school, a renewal petition has additional criteria that the State Board has to consider. So I'll go over two of the more significant criteria of law that are relevant to this appeal. So similar to establishing a new charter school, statute requires that the SBE review a renewal petition pursuant to the standards and criteria that establish what is required in a petition. So this includes a number of specific requirements in law, for example, how the school will transmit its audit report, or a description of the goals addressing the 8 state priorities. There's also a long list of required elements, which we often refer to as the 16 elements. And these include things such as description of the educational program, the governance structure, and missions policy of the charter school. Additionally, regulations require that the SBE take other factors into consideration, including the past performance of the school's academics, finances, and operation in evaluating the likelihood of future success. So in other words, for a renewal appeal, the SBE is required to look at how the school operated in the past, as well as what the school proposes for the future. The CD has identified a specific area of concern in that the Avance petition has presented an unrealistic financial and operational plan. Avance has submitted 5 budgets to date. 1 budget was presented to LACO and the CDE, and 4 additional budgets were submitted just to the CDE for our review. The most recent version is dated August 13th, 2015. In this latest version, while the multi-year projections appear reasonable, the CD notes a number of financial condition issues that may have a negative impact on the charter school's ability to continue as a going concern. So going concern is an accounting term, and it sounds like a negative thing because of the word concern in there, but it's actually a positive terminology. It means that the entity has neither the intention nor the need to liquidate, nor materially reduce its operations for a reasonable time, usually a year. So going concern is a good thing. And in this case, we have found conditions that jeopardize the school's status as a going concern. So the following financial condition issue is the basis for the 3 earlier conditions I mentioned. This is number 2, and it has to do with the investment. 65% of Avance's assets include a $1.46 million investment in City Terrace Limited Liability Company, which I'll refer to as the LLC, which Avance paid $1 for a 49% interest. The LLC holds title to property in Los Angeles. Our understanding is that the investment has been sold and is currently in an extended escrow process. Avance cannot confirm what equity, if any, would be received from the sale, and the financial projections provided by the charter school do not include any estimated proceeds from the sale. To assist in the school's cash flow needs, the LLC extended Avance a $1 million line of credit through the Pan American Bank, secured by the property from the LLC investment. To date, Avance owes almost $800,000 on the line of credit, which matures in a year. Avance has also paid approximately $100,000 in annual interest and loan fees. Without supporting evidence that Avance will receive any funds from the sale of the LLC investment, the CD concludes that when the line of credit is paid in full to the Pan American Bank, the school's portion of the sale of the investment will be 0 and should not be included as an asset of Avance. Conversely, if the property is sold, it may trigger repayment earlier for the school since the property serves as collateral for the line of credit. So what is the fiscal impact of all of that I just explained? So excluding the LLC investment as an asset from Avance's financial statements, it would drop their net assets from a positive $884,000 to a negative almost $600,000. In other words, if this asset holds no cash value, no real cash value for the school's assets are overstated. And what that translates to is that the school's debt ratio would increase to 1.71. A debt ratio of more than 0.5 indicates that most of the school's assets are financed through debt. The debt ratio measures a school's financial risk, level of financial risk. The higher the ratio, the greater the risk may be associated with the school's operation. It may limit options for short-term financing, and if borrowing is obtained, it generally results in higher financing and interest costs. In addition, Avance's working capital ratio would drop to 0.37. The working capital ratio measures cash liquidity and whether the school has enough short-term assets to cover its short-term debt. A ratio of less than 1.0 indicates that the school may have difficulty paying its bills timely and meeting creditors' demands. The following financial condition issue that I'm going to describe and talk about is the basis for condition 3 that I mentioned earlier. And it has to do with the school's debt. Avance's cash position is poor. The school has had and continues to have problems paying its bills timely. Avance's budgets have included a significant portion for interest owed due to financing its stated receivables. By factoring, this is a high-cost form of borrowing that resulted in Avance paying over $1.1 million in interest and finance charges over the past term. Avance anticipates having to continue with this practice of selling or factoring its stated receivables over the next 2 fiscal years, which will result in an estimated $110,000 plus in interest fees and charges to the school. In addition to the outstanding line of credit of $800,000, Avance owes approximately $300,000 in outstanding payables, including almost $130,000 in back facility payments and $170,000 to vendors, some of which are over 4 years past due. So the second thing I want to talk about is second criteria for renewal, and it's additional criteria that is only for renewal petitions, and it has to do with academic performance. And we had a little bit of a discussion at the July meeting when we had a similar item, and so I'm going to walk through the 2 areas of statute and then what was reviewed by the local level and by the CDE. Pursuant to statute, a charter school that's been in operation for at least 4 years shall meet at least one of 5 criteria related to academic performance. The 5 criteria are described on pages 7 and 8 of the item. Criteria 1 through 3 require API-based growth comparisons or API decile rankings, which Avance did not meet. Criteria 5 is not applicable to the charter school. And the criteria 4 is one that the Los Angeles County Board of Education was required to determine whether Avance's academic performance is at least equal to that of its resident schools, which translate to public schools that the charter school pupils would otherwise attend, as well as the academic performance of its comparable LAUSD schools, which are the schools in the school district in which the charter school is located, for the pupil population served by Avance. Avance provided LACO a list of comparable LAUSD schools, which LACO included in its analysis. LACO reviewed multiple sources of data and conducted a comparison of Avance's performance to its resident and comparable district schools. LACO determined that the academic performance of Avance did not meet the criteria for renewal. It was not at least equal to that of its resident schools or to that of its comparable LAUSD schools. The CDE also reviewed this data and information provided by LACO and Avance and drew similar conclusions. However, with the suspension of the API and repeal of the ranking system and while in transition to new standards-based assessments, Education Code 52052, which was amended in 2013 by Assembly Bill 484, provides an alternative measure to meet legislative and programmatic requirements, and I'll read it specifically how it's written in law. Alternative measures that show increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups. So this is the measure that both LACO and the CDE looked at in terms of Avance's data. As noted on pages 8 and 9 of the item, LACO reviewed the alternative measures that were proposed by Avance in its renewal petition, including 3-year weighted average API, graduation rate, SAT participation rate, and A through G completion rate. From these alternative measures, LACO staff determined that Avance did not perform at least equal to both its resident and comparable district schools. LACO also reviewed the 2014-15 fall and winter Northwest Evaluation Association measures of academic progress assessments, which is referred to as NWEA MAP assessments, and which do not make a comparison to resident and district comparable schools, but is limited to assessment results of Avance pupils. LACO determined that overall, NWEA MAP data presents that Avance pupils are not performing to grade level, are not reaching proficiency and above on standardized testing and reporting, and are not reaching adequate yearly progress targets. In addition to considering the review analysis conducted by LACO, the CDE completed its own review of alternative measures proposed by Avance. The data submitted by Avance included achievement comparisons with resident and comparable district schools. So Avance did suggest particular tests to look at or measurements to look at and in comparison with a list of schools. However, the CDE notes that comparison with resident and district comparable schools is not specifically required under the statute. Thus, the CDE's review focused on Avance pupils to Avance pupils, school-wide and by subgroup. The CDE's analysis is summarized in the tables in the item, and there's also a handout which I'm not sure if you have it with you. It's a series of bar graphs, and I'm also going to show it on the PowerPoint. Can you see it? It's up? Okay. So in the item, we actually have some of the data results in a table format, but we've laid it out in here. So it's the same numbers, but we've put it in a graph format so that you can see the comparison by particular rates, by school-wide and cohort. You guys?
No handout.
Judy. So in terms of the PowerPoint slide, the blue bar, the dark blue bar is the school-wide, represents school-wide. The orange is Hispanic Latino. The gray bar is socioeconomically disadvantaged, and the golden is for English learners. And I want to point out before I begin discussing this that the handout or the PowerPoint slides, there's a couple of notations that we need to note as corrections. The actual numbers in the item, the 2013-14 graduation cohort rate for ELs should be 87.5, not 89.7. And the 2010-11 A through G completion rate for English learners should be 85.7, not 85.6. So as measured by the alternative measures proposed by Avance, which included graduation cohort rate, SAT participation rate, A through G completion rate, and the NWEA MAP outcomes and grade equivalencies, the CDE reviewed Avance's performance of these measures school-wide and among the school's significant subgroups to determine if Avance pupils showed increases in pupil academic achievement. So I'll start with the first slide. This is the one, the graduation cohort rate. So as part of the school's post-high school readiness indicators, we do know there are modest increases in Avance's graduation cohort rate, both school-wide and by subgroup. However, there were decreases in Avance's SAT participation rate school-wide, and there was a significant drop in Avance's A through G completion rate, both school-wide and by all subgroups. And then in the review of Avance's NWEA MAP assessments, Avance administered 3 tests during the 2014-15 school year, fall, winter, and spring. And the financial condition issue, the issue that I had mentioned earlier, condition 1, has to do with our review of the NWEA MAP information that was provided by the charter school. So as displayed in the charts, the NWEA map outcomes for grade equivalencies indicate that Avance pupils in grades 6 through 11 are not meeting grade level equivalencies in all 4 subjects: mathematics, reading, language arts, and science, with the exception of grade 11 reading and language and grade 9 science. Grade 9 science students were not tested. The CD makes notes that in the fall to spring result comparisons, there was little to no growth in some grade levels in particular subject areas. Grade 11 pupils exceeded their end-of-year WIT target in language and reading, and also were at or near grade level equivalency for language and reading. However, for all other grade levels, grades 6 through grade 10, the pupils are 1 or 2 grade levels behind in all 4 subjects. This also includes grade 11 in math and science. Thus, these pupils are not meeting their grade level equivalencies. Growth is not steady, but rather inconsistent in the lower to middle grade levels, as there is little to no growth between certain grade levels. So this does not reflect what the school had noted in its presentations as a catching up period, as the lower grade levels are catching up to the point where at the higher grade level they will reach equivalency. So in summary, the CD finds that the alternative measures do not demonstrate that there are increases in pupil academic achievement for all groups of Avance pupils school-wide and among significant subgroups. As such, Avance does not meet this academic performance criteria for renewal. Based on the program deficiencies noted in the Avance petition, the CD finds that the petitioner is demonstrably unlikely to successfully implement the intended program. The petition is inconsistent with sound educational practice, and the petition does not provide a reasonably comprehensive description of all of the required charter elements. As such, the CD recommends that the SB deny the renewal of the Avance petition. CD's staff is available to answer any questions you have. The petitioner, Avance petitioner, and representatives from LACO, I believe, are here to address the board as well.
Okay, so I think this is where we begin, just board technical questions and in that regard. So I'll ask one. Why is college entrance, persistence, and completion not an alternative measure that you mentioned?
We looked at the alternatives that the charter school proposed, and so they proposed 4 different areas to look at, and that was the graduation cohort rate, SAT participation, A through G completion, and then the NWEA map. So we limited our review to those areas that the charter school had actually indicated in its
All of those
petition.
are predictors of college readiness and success. One could argue that the actual performance of students in post-secondary education is better, is a better measure than a predictor.
And I think the charter school will probably speak on behalf of some of the.
I don't understand why CDE wouldn't. You have no ability to go beyond the things a charter school submits for alternative evidence.
There was a college persistence data that the charter school will most likely speak about, but in terms of validating the data, I mean, what we put in the item for you, it has to be information that we feel is reliable and that we can corroborate, because we're doing the review for your purpose, and we would include it if we felt like it was something that was measurable. But based on the information that the charter school provided on how they gathered the college persistent data, it was something that we couldn't verify. It was done through phone calls and emails and surveys and discussions and interviews that the charter school had with its alumni, and that was the reason why we didn't consider it. We just didn't feel like it was something we could verify for inclusion in our analysis.
Well, I've personally looked at the data from the colleges. There's post-secondary data that comes from the colleges themselves. And so, there's a K-12 data system, and then there's a post-secondary data system. In California, those are not tightly linked, but you can go to the college level data. Did you do any of that?
No.
Okay. All right. So other technical questions, yeah.
You mentioned that that one of the analyses you did was on the measures that the charter school suggested, additional measures that they suggested. Over the past year or so, one of my questions about that, as we've been in this interim period with a suspended API and how this is particularly affecting charter schools that are coming up for renewal, is that this is the first time, for the last 10, 15 years, the API has been the measure. And I don't know to what extent there's been guidance to charter schools that are coming up for renewal to say you can suggest any other measure that is relevant to your mission and your student population. And even lists of suggested options like you can submit college entrance and persistent measures. I don't know to what extent they are aware that they can submit those. And so when they don't submit them and we only review the ones that they suggested, then that puts us in the position, it feels like to me, of also kind of limiting, especially in this era, limiting what we're willing to look at. I don't think the law says you can only look at what they have suggested, does it? You could choose to do more.
No, I quoted it. It's fairly non-specific.
Okay. So it doesn't limit it, what we can do. Okay.
Okay, go ahead. Board Member McFarland.
I just had one question. When I see the data in the charts showing that they're lower in 6th grade and going higher as the grades increase, you phrased it as they're catching up, but wouldn't it show that the school's like preparing them better, and as they progress through their grade levels, they're starting to master the subject material?
And I think that was a weakness that we pointed out. We see that there's actually no growth in between grade levels in some areas, or the growth ends up being in 11th grade, but there just seems to be a flat line in some of the areas in the middle grades. And I think the school had mentioned that there was this catching up period because the students come in at a lower level, but then they catch up as they move forward. But there's some areas that seem to get stuck in that middle area, and there appears to be no growth or very little growth. So that was just an observation that we pointed out in the results of the data.
Board Member Burr.
So Cindy, some of this it's real hard to read this. So could you just as Board Member Holliday tell me what the colors stand for on this chart?
Yes. So on this one, the first bar, the lighter blue one, is the results of mathematics. Mm-hmm. And it goes from that first set of bars, grade 6, and then it ends up through grade 11. The orange bar is reading. The gray is language arts. The gold is science. And then the dark blue bar is what's called the grade level target. And so that's showing that in grade 6, in all 4 of the subject matters, they're 2 grades below the grade 6 target. So
then when you get to grade 7, just let me make sure I get this. In the first, you're looking at mathematics, there does seem to be growth from grade 6 to grade 7 in math. Am I reading that right? And the same in whatever
Yes.
the orange is reading?
Still below there is growth, but still 1 to 2 grades below the grade level equivalency. And it isn't until grade 11 where we actually see where they meet or at that grade level.
But it does seem like, I think to Michael's question, it does seem like they're moving up, at least what I can tell on this graph. But I just have a more specific question. I don't know for sure if it's for you or it might be for the petitioners, but there's such a drop in the A to G completion rate between 12-13 and 13-14. I mean, it like drops in half. Did you explore what the reason was for that?
I think the charter school is going to have to explain that. We didn't get that information that supports what could have related to that growth.
Thank you.
Board Member Holliday.
No, you just want technical questions, but I feel I need to respond to some of this conversation here. Thank you.
Yeah.
I do think that this chart does show growth. Having run in the past a charter school where the students came in at 6th grade and then went to 12th. I've experienced this very same phenomena where it takes quite a bit of time to bring students who came in to the school several years behind grade level. But one thing about this particular test measurement is that the school had not been using this in the past. This was the first.
Is this Northwest?
Yes, this is the map. And as I understand it, and this was brought out in the ACCS meeting, this was the first year they implemented it. And the reason they did is because they had no other means of proving that they were helping children academically. And one of the commissioners pointed out, who has been through this process himself, that if you have not been, if the students and the teachers have not been using this assessment in the past, in the first year that you implement it, it almost always shows students below grade level, and that as you implement it over the years, teachers and students get more used to it, plus it also is a better indicator with time. So from the ACCS perspective, they believe that there was growth. They understand that students coming in so many grade levels behind in the beginning, it does take time. And thirdly, that 1 year of the MAP test is probably not a very good indicator of all this happening at the school. So I just had to respond to that. Sorry, Cindy.
Yeah, and we are talking about technical issues here. I know some things about tests. I know nothing about this Northwest test. I mean, I know a lot of people use it. It's just not. It's not something the board is familiar with. So I'm uneasy. With some. I don't know. To me, it's been partly. I was told they used to be more of a formative test publisher. Now maybe they've shifted to doing summative work as their focus. But so it's. Yeah, it's just hard for me to interpret an assessment that I have no understanding of, and I'll leave it at that. Yeah, I mean, our own CSTs we understand, but they're not currently available. So. Okay, I think we're ready for the public hearing. So with that being said, I declare the public hearing open. Both sides have 10 minutes. We'll also have a period of public comment. So I'll let the charter school group present first, and they're in the pro side, and then they'll get 10 minutes, and then the con side will follow them with 10 minutes. So I declare the public charter school hearing open, and please come up from the Academy of Avance.
Good afternoon, members of the board, superintendent, and CD staff. My name is Guillermo Gutierrez. I'm the current member of the Academias Avance's executive board and former principal from 2007 to 2011. I've been involved with the school for over 10 years, and I'm quite familiar with the families, the student, and the Highland Park community. We are here today to respectfully request you approve renewal of the Academia Avance charter for these 5 reasons. One, Avance is sending students to college at a significant rate, a rate higher than the schools our students would otherwise attend, and a rate that exceeds the state trends for Latinos. Number 2, Avance is closing the gap for math, reading, and language arts. And 3, Avance's outcomes are aligned with the LCAP priorities and the blueprint for great schools. For our first LCAP, we met 72% of our goals. Number 4, Avance serves a population that historically has been underserved and is underrepresented in post-secondary institutions. Most of our students are the first in their families to attend college. And 5, we have fiscal health, we have realistic enrollment, and our budget projections. We have budget projections that work. We are ready. We are prepared to start the fall semester now if you approve renewal. Avance is located at Highland Park, a neighborhood in northeast Los Angeles. It's a community in need of a quality in need of quality education options. Nearly a third of adults have not completed high school. Only a quarter of adults have attained a bachelor's degree or higher. The median family income is $35,000, which is half the state median. Highland Park ranks in the top third for violent crime in Los Angeles. The students we serve, they are 98% Latino, 90% socially, economically disadvantaged, 40% are English language learners, and 8.5% have an IEP. A significant percentage of our students are at risk. They are exposed to gangs, substance abuse, broken families, and immigration issues. They unfortunately struggle with judicial proceedings and incarceration. This next slide shows a comparison of the schools in our area. These are the schools that 92% of our students would otherwise attend. Those schools are Franklin High School, Lincoln High School, and Wilson High School. The 2014 API 3-year average surpassed that of these residential comparison schools that, again, 92% of our high school students would otherwise attend. This next slide is on graduation rates and dropout rates. If you look at the top left-hand corner, that's our school and the 3 schools to the side. Our graduation rate is higher and our dropout rate is lower than the resident comparison schools for school-wide and for our subgroups. Also on this slide, you'll see at the bottom the dropout rate in sky blue and in gold. Those represent 2013 and 2014. Both charts show the rates of school-wide and for Latinos, socially, economically disadvantaged, and English language learner subgroups for all schools. Avante has a higher graduation rate and a lower dropout rate than the schools our students would otherwise attend. But what happens after graduation is what we are most proud of, our college-going outcomes.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Batner. I'm the director of Academia Avance's Life Preparatory Program. The program consists of a college bridge aspect, a work educational experience, professional internship, project-based learning, and technology. It also serves as a solution for parent and student expected outcomes, affordable college and jobs after college. It's also aligned with the LCAP goals for college and career readiness. So we say Avance students go to college. 80% of our alumni continue to post-secondary education, where statewide Latinos are only at 55%. We're at 80%, Latinos are at 55% post-secondary education. So what? What about 4-year universities, the ones that count? Right there, statewide Latinos are only at 14%. UCLA, Berkeley, University of the West, Mount St. Mary's, only 14%. Avance is sending 60% of alumni going to 4-year universities. That's 4 times the state average, 4 times the rate. What about persistence? So what? They're getting in, they're going, but are they persisting? That is the key word that you're all looking for. Are they making it into the second year, first quarter? What's happening there? Over 70% of Avance alumni are persisting, 70%. If our school would not be renewed, we would then go to these neighboring schools. Their persistence rate is 30%. That means our parents would send their schools where only 30% of the students would persist into the second year. We see the Life Prep program as the key factor facilitating all this persistence and all this good stuff, specifically around our college bridge component and our work educational experience, which provides an internship, time and space in a professional environment with a mentor that seals the mentor gap. We're first generation, we haven't graduated high school, we haven't gone to college. We leverage someone on the outside to provide that mentorship. Quickly, a little story. At Huntington Memorial Hospital, we had a young lady in her senior year do an internship with the VP of Compliance. She did so well, they invited her back during her college years at San Diego State University. Junior year, she gets a phone call. We want to hire you permanently. Graduate school, you're here. We have now not created the school to jail pipeline, but the school to college to jobs career pipeline. And that's with our partnerships on the outside, with NCR, with their pre-Escalera and Escalera program, with nonprofits, for-profits, you name it, we partner with them, and we're using them to leverage that mentor gap. Quickly, we want to talk about how the Life Prep program, as we spoke, is aligned with LCAP career and readiness goals, but more importantly, it's aligned with what parents and students want and what you want for your student. You want them to have an internship. You want to have them to have a job after incurring $20,000 of debt at a university. Very good. So we'll quickly look over some map data. It was excellent points brought up there. You can quickly see that we get kids who are deficient. So what? It's school. We're supposed to teach them. We help them get better. And by 11th grade, guess what? They're going to college the next year. End of story. We shouldn't make it a big deal, but that's where it's going. And the public comments, you're going to hear more from our principal, Ms. Angelica Gill, about our partnership with Cal State Dominguez Hills. And you'll also hear more about that groovy map data. Thank you very much.
I'm Ricardo Mireles, founder and executive director for Academia Avance. We are happy that the fiscal review for Avance, completed in August by the CDE, concludes that the fiscal condition of the school is fair, moving from the difficult era of state deferrals and the Great Recession. Avance closed this June in the black again with a net asset position of just under $900,000, triple that from the previous year, and having reduced the total debt by half from a high of 3 years ago of $2.6 million. The financial statements have always carefully adhered to generally accepted accounting principles for all expenses and revenues, including the land holding investment asset reviewed by CDE. Evidence for this is the school has had independent audits for its entire history with no material findings. Since the August 4th meeting of the ACCS, the school worked with CDE to develop a Plan B budget for the new fiscal year. This budget uses far more conservative assumptions from those used for the budget submitted to LACO in January, and also includes the higher K-12 funding adopted in June by the state. The CDE review of the new budget determined that the budget projections are reasonable. At the ACCS meeting, there were concerns that it would be difficult for the school to start this fall given the late consideration of the charter renewal. To this, we are happy to report that at the pre-start orientation, we had 421 students present, plus an additional 40 on standby and on the wait list. So our projection for enrollment for the new budget is confirmed. We have signed employment agreements with 95% of the staff, contingent on your approval of renewal, of course. And should we be renewed, the school is pre-qualified to access $1.5 million of funds. We're going to hear from our legal counsel during public comment, but we want to mention that the ACCS meeting ended with a 4-1 in support. We encourage you to renew our charter. Thank you very much.
Okay. That concludes the time for the pro side. So now we have 10 minutes for those that are opposed to the continuation of the charter school.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Dina Wilson. I'm the director of the Charter School Office for the Los Angeles County Office of Education. And I'm here today with our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Scott Price, and April Mitchell, the primary fiscal analyst for our charter schools. We're here today representing the LACO superintendent and staff. Avance was authorized by the LA County Board of Education in 2010 when the first petition for renewal was denied by LAUSD. This year, the county board did not renew the school's charter, and it expired on June 30th. Avance's mission is to be a college preparatory school with the goal of ensuring its students complete the A through G requirements and are prepared for college acceptance. LACO's standard of review is guided by the California Education Code and Code of Regulations, primary components of which are listed on the screen. The first step in our process is looking at the standard of review dictated by law to determine whether a school meets the academic performance criteria to even be considered for renewal. As Ms. Chan reviewed, Avance does not qualify for renewal under criterion 1, 2, or 3. Thus, we conducted an analysis to determine if the school did qualify under criterion 4. This criterion does provide more flexibility, but still requires a school to show that its academic performance is at least equal to that of the schools its students would otherwise attend, as well as comparable district schools. The combined list of these schools will be referred to in our report as the comparison schools. The statutory standard of review is that the determination be made based upon documented and clear and convincing data. After an extensive analysis of the available data, LACO determined that Avance does not qualify for renewal under this criterion. The next several slides will present a review of that analysis. The team looked at multiple sources of data, including several alternative measures and those proposed by the school, which are marked with asterisks on the screen. A comparison was made to Avance's resident and comparable district schools when possible. We were looking for any evidence to support the school in renewal. However, as we looked further into the data, we could not ignore the fact that overall the school is not performing at least equal to its comparison schools. The only indicator in which Avance did perform at least equal to the comparison schools was SAT participation rate, which is not a measure of academic performance. When you reviewed actual performance on the SAT, the school is outperformed by all comparison schools. Contrary to statements made by the school, we did not dismiss the focus on college acceptance and persistence data. However, the statute requires documented data, and it is our practice to request such documentation from our schools to back up any assertions made. The school either did not provide the data or provided evidence that did not verify their statements. For example, Avance reported that 90% of its graduates completed the A through G requirements in 2014. A review of transcripts showed the actual number to be just over 40%. Due to this discrepancy, LACO reviewed the transcripts of previous graduating classes and saw the school had also misreported its A through G data in 2013 and 2011. Further, in the class of 2014, 29 of the 48 students provisionally accepted to a UC or CSU subsequently did not complete their A through G coursework, nullifying their provisional acceptance. In discussing persistent rate data, the school informed us that it includes students who were dropped out of their college or university after the first year, but were either working or attending a community college in year 2 as persisting. The conventional definition of persistent rate are those who enroll in the same school or degree program for the second year. The data provided by the school did not support its assertion that 80% of the students were persisting into the second year. As required, LACO also considered the school's performance to determine if there have been increases in academic achievement for all groups of pupils served by the school. As indicated on the screen, school-wide performance on the API declined between 2011 and 2013. The same was true for all numerically significant student groups. Additionally, AYP and KC proficiency rates showed declines during those years, both school-wide and for all student groups. The school's overall A through G completion rate has dramatically declined over the past 4 years from 100% to just over 40%. Increases in academic achievement for all pupils are to be considered as the most important factor in renewal. When data shows declining achievement in multiple areas and for all groups of students, that must also weigh heavily in the decision to grant or deny a charter renewal. Due to the transition in accountability systems, we began meeting with Avance in 2013 to discuss options for the school to measure and document achievement data. Despite an agreed-upon plan and repeated requests, the school failed to submit any data for the 2013-14 school year, the year prior to renewal. The school began implementing NWEA MAP testing in spring of 13-14, but chose not to submit the data. We did review the MAP NWEA data provided for a portion of 2014-15, and the data shows a majority of the students are averaging between 2 to 3 grade levels below, and in math, the gap increases as students progress in age. The subgroup data does not show increases for achievement for all groups of pupils. For example, over 55% of EL English learners demonstrated no growth or regressed in their academic progress in the critical area of language. The results for reading were similar. For students with disabilities, over 1/3 of the students are not showing increases in any content area. The NWEA MAP data results for the end of the school year show that annual growth targets were not met in 11 of 23 areas. We also reviewed the measurable pupil outcomes, or MPOs, in the school's most recent charter. There were 10. Avance fully met only one of those 10 outcomes, which was achieving WASC accreditation. Of the other 9 outcomes, 4 were partially met, meaning they were met in some years, and the 5 others were not met in any year. This summer, LACO reviewed the school's LCAP update. Avance's 2014-15 LCAP had 21 identified goals. The annual report update included a report on only 17 of those goals. 7 were met, 6 were not, and 4 are still pending results. Additionally, the school failed to report on several of the required metrics, including proficiency rates for English learners. Avance has not met the commitments made in regards to student achievement. Next, our review team considered where the school had the capacity to implement the educational program in its petition. This is based on school's past performance and information gathered during the petition review process. Dr. Price will now present the fiscal review of Avance.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Scott Price. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for Los Angeles County Office of Education. It's a pleasure to be here. Several months ago, when Avance presented its petition to LACO Board of Education, their financial and operations plan was unrealistic and their financial practices were not sound. In the financial plan that Avance submitted, Avance had overstated state apportionments, those state apportionments that they would receive over a 4-year period by over $400,000. At that time, Avance had a $1 million line of credit available, of which it had drawn and still owed $738,000. Ms. Chan had also mentioned this. This line of credit is scheduled to mature in September of 2016. Avance had budgeted in its payments of this $294,000, $300,000, $338,000 in 3 subsequent years, even though it was due the next year. We were never able to get paperwork or an agreement saying that that line of credit would be extended in the time period, nor the additional interest that would be required to extend that agreement. To accommodate cash flow deficiencies, Avance had over many years and continued to sell future state apportionments, factoring, as Ms. Chen put that. Factoring is the selling of receivables for cash today at a discount. So in other words, it's as if you were getting a $100 paycheck, but you sold next month, but you sold that today for $94 in order to get the cash you needed to pay for today. So they're factoring. When we reviewed the petition in May, Avance had already sold all of its state apportionments for the 2014-15 school year to pay for bills at that time. At the time of the review, it was clear that Avance would have to sell their receivables for 15-16 in order to pay for the bills that remained in 14-15, or else find some other source of income in order to meet these obligations.
Time.
Okay.
We can ask this gentleman to come back later. And so now we're still under the public hearing, so I'm going to ask for public comment, and then let the public comment go, and then we'll have board member questions, and people can be asked back. So we're ready for the list of public comment.
We have 20 signees. Sheila Whitley, if you'd please step forward, everyone, and line up. Sheila Whitley, Angelica Gill, Spencer Stiles, Jesus Arguelles, Greta Proctor, Angela Vizcaya, Jocelyn Zavala, Chris Garcia. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sheila Whitley speaking on behalf of California Teachers Association. I was asked to speak on this topic. We have grave concerns about this charter application. And as I said in the audience and listened to the financial difficulties, I have even more concerns at this point. We would encourage you to uphold what the California Department of Education recommendation is and to deny this charter. Thank you.
I'm Angelica Gil. Good afternoon. I'm co-principal at Avance. This is my 10th year here. I received my administrative credential from Cal State Dominguez Hills. Avance has developed a data-driven instruction, and we began to implement NWA measures of academic progress assessment systems in 2014. Once we overcame the technical procedures and challenges of online testing, we began to see measurable growth school-wide and for all subgroups. This last spring, we had gains in every grade and subject from the start of the year. We are very excited to see that the 11th grade reading and language scores surpassed the NWEA national norm. A key component of Avance's academic program and the professional development of our teachers has been the partnership with Cal State Dominguez Hills. As a result of this partnership, we are using the highly regarded explicit direct instruction EDI model. EDI is a proven model and implementation of Common Core and includes proven strategies for English learners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Spencer Stiles. I'm the president and CEO of Charter Impact. And as the outsourced business manager for the school, I'm not technically independent, but I am an actively licensed CPA, and I can tell you I'm pretty objective with my analysis. I don't have a lot of time here to dig into all the details that were presented to you in the financials, but there are a couple things I wanted to clarify for all of you before you began your deliberations. Primarily all the concerns related to City Terrace LLC. The $1.4 million balance that's currently on the balance sheet was prepared by, analyzed by, and audited by an independent CPA, like it has been done for every single year since its existence. This is done in compliance with Accounting Standards Codification 820, no different than any other company anywhere in the country. Putting all that aside and putting that value aside, even if the value was zero, nowhere in the projections, nowhere in the financials, nowhere looking forward has the school projected needing any liquidation, any cash necessary from that. So even if the liquidation did come to zero, none of that is necessary in order to continue with, as the CDE staff pointed out, the very reasonable financial projection looking forward. A couple of the other concerns related outstanding accounts payable. The financial projections that were prepared and were provided do include the full payment of all accounts payable and all accrued liabilities by the end of this fiscal year, as well as the full pay down of the line of credit on the due date, September of 2016. The interest expenses referenced of $110,000, while it does seem somewhat on the high side, it represents only a 1% of the school's operating budget over the next 2 years and 0% for years 3 through 5. Lastly, the concerns issued in the report have to do with enrollment. Last year, the average daily attendance for P2 is 466. The school is projecting only increasing that by nine students by year 5 of the petition. So, thank you.
Honorable Board, the LLCs who keeps on coming up. The charter school model is a triple
Could you identify yourself, please?
Jesus Arguelles. My background is investment banking, real estate advisory, management consulting, and community economic development. The charter school that I have served as a financial advisor on a pro bono basis for the last 2 years. We have been involved because it's a triple bottom line business model. It's a social entrepreneurship business model. You cannot use simple classical metrics of performance, whether it be a debt ratio, debt to equity, anything that resembles a business. You can use it only as a temporary proxies. If you were to look at all the measures from the time that $1 million line of credit that I personally structured to the creation of a non-profit, to the creation of for-profit under the non-profit, that's the vehicle for sustainability. Typically, this has been done, many nonprofits throughout the world, including the Sierra Club. The reason there is sustainability is because it's a for-profit element. If you have any questions whatsoever of the viability of the financial model where you have a nonprofit, which is a 501c3, and the profitability that's going to feed on a sustainable basis the next 3 to 5 years, then I begin to question, what am I doing in this profession? Please, open your mind. Take a risk. We're talking about the lifestyle of 450 kids plus families. That's equivalent to 2,500 people. Charter schools create jobs. Charter schools minimize the carbon footprint. Importantly, it's the next generation that really matters to me. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Greta Proctor from the Procopio Law Firm. We represent Avance, and I've been asked to talk for just a moment about how the school meets the renewal eligibility criteria under the law. First, under the old legal standard in 47607B4, a school is required to be at least equal to resident and district schools, taking into account the student population. As you heard from the school, Avance beats resident and district schools and some of the best schools in the state at preparing Latino students for acceptance to four-year colleges and in college persistence, staying in college. This is key. Avance's 2014 three-year weighted average API surpasses all of the resident high schools and half of the resident middle schools. We're told by the statute to take into account pupil population. These resident schools are the schools that more than 92% of Avance students would otherwise attend. Avance also has a higher graduation rate than all of these resident high schools. After suspension of state testing and API, the new legal standard is in 52052. It requires alternative measures that show increases in pupil academic achievement school-wide and by subgroup. Avance has met this as well. Avance has greatly increased the number of Latino students in Highland Park and statewide who attend and stay in four-year versus two-year colleges. As you heard from the school, the state college-going rate for Latinos is 55%. At Avance, it's 80% plus. This is a huge increase. Avance has also increased graduation rates school-wide and by subgroup year to year. The NWEA MAP outcomes show that for nearly all grades and all subjects, Avance has internally again increased student achievement and is closing gaps school-wide in math, reading, and language, which is what the MAP data was designed to measure. In short, we believe that Avance qualifies for renewal. I also want to briefly remind the board that the LACO board did not adopt the analysis you just heard from the LACO staff. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Angela Vizcaya. I am the parent coordinator and director of student activities at Academia Avance. I've been with Avance for the past 8 years. I'm here to talk about the 2014-2015 LCAP and the parent involvement. The Parent Advisory Committee, which is the committee that I lead at Avance, worked closely with the executive board and other stakeholders during a retreat in May of 2014 to set LCAP goals. Now that the year is over, the outcomes of our first LCAP are as follows. Students met or exceeded NWEA MAP scores. Our EL and special ed students made grade increases. Avance implemented a CELIS online program to assist students to stay on track to graduate. Avance maintains a 96% or better daily attendance rate in all grades 6 through 12. And the number of students enrolled in AP classes increased from 12 to 28%. This May, we met again, and we have set new goals, and we are ready to implement them. Thank you.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Jocelyn Zavala and I'm a freshman at University of California, Davis and make part of the Avance alumni class of 2015. I am also a very proud AB 540 student, also known as a dreamer. Avance, I hope, feel that pride I feel because I was never pushed to the side by anyone, but instead motivated by everyone to reach my full potential regardless of where I was from or my citizenship status. Avanza has always believed in me since the very beginning, and that is why I am who I am today and will be attending a great school because Academia Avance is more than just test scores. It's a community, it's a family, and it's home. Thank you so much for your time.
If the following people would also line up, Gracia Hernandez, Sylvia Valenzuela, Dora Arias, Yvette Kingberg, Percy Duran, Sergeant Castro, Juan Tinaco, and Raul Macias.
Hi, my name is Christopher Garcia, and I'm a senior at Academia Avance. And my career goal is to be a video game designer. Well, I have many friends that go to different high schools, and one key element that Avance does that others don't is that Avance focuses on the students. I can use myself as an example. The teachers have pushed me to change myself into a better person. They changed my work and my social habits so I can become a better student and ultimately become college ready. And that seemed to have paid off because I have already been accepted to the Art Institute of Los Angeles. Avance has also given me the opportunity to partake in 2 once-in-a-lifetime events this summer. And the first one happened in June, in which I came here to Sacramento to participate in California's 78th Boys State session, in which I was one of the delegates amongst the literal 1,000 other juniors. And the second one happened in the following month, in July, in which I was able to participate in a cultural and educational experience to a trip to China, and I stayed there for 2.5 weeks. This school has impacted my life, and it continues to do so as I stay in it and even after I graduate, and it continues to do so with its current students. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Graco Hernandez, and I am a college freshman at the University of California, Irvine, and a proud alumni of Academia Avance Charter School. I come before you today for one particular reason, and that is because I love this school. If you had met me in my 6th grade year at Avance, you would have thought that I was the shyest kid you had ever met. Seriously, I would not be able to speak in front of you back then. But it was through Avance's constant mentorship and their ability to provide me with the attention of not only just myself, but everyone at the school. It was through that I was able to come out of my shell and be the man you see before you today. And it also opened up new opportunities I never would have experienced. Opportunities like working as an intern in a professional setting during high school. I had 3 internships during my time there. I had one as an art teacher, another one at the MALDEF, the Mexican American Legal Defense Education Fund, and as well as NCLR, the National Council de la Raza, which was amazing experiences. Another fantastic experience was through SIL, which we got to learn, which was our Senior International Learning Lab, where we went to different places and we learned about different cultures around around the U.S. And it opened myself not only as a student, but as a human being as well. Thank you so much. My name is Graco Hernandez, and thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm a proud mother of that guy. I have 3 kids in Academia Avance. This Graco Hernandez, Citlali Hernandez. The first one, my first son is on Humboldt University at his 3 years already. And then I'm just gonna tell you, without Avance, this wouldn't be happen. Without Avance, I don't think my kids, my other kids, or them will be ready. She is ready. She's in 9th grade, and she's ready to be applying for the UC Santa Cruz. That's her goal, and my goal is to push them. And I'm asking you, if you guys give the renew to Avance, you're not giving the renew only to Avance. You're giving the renew for the kids to continue their dreams. Thank you very much.
Hola, buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Dora Arias.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Dora Arias.
Soy una madre orgullosa de 2 estudiantes en Academia Avance por los últimos 8 años.
And I am a very proud mother of 2 students from Academia Avance for the past 8 years.
Mi hija Araceli es una graduada de Avance hace 2 años.
My daughter, Araceli, graduated from Avance 2 years ago.
Está empezando su segundo año en University of the West.
And she is beginning her 2nd year in University of the West.
Mi hijo Adrián está en el 11º grado, perdón.
My son, Adrián, is in the 11th year.
Él ha cambiado totalmente su mentalidad.
His attitude has completely changed.
Porque él me había dicho que él solo iba a terminar high school y iba a poner un ice cream truck.
He had once told me that it was going to be high school for him, and then it was an ice cream truck.
Ahora él se visualiza en una universidad.
Now he sees himself in a university setting.
Gracias a la motivación que recibe por parte de los maestros.
And that's thanks to the motivation in part that he receives from the teachers at Avance.
Estoy convencida que si mis hijos no estuvieran en Avance,
and I am completely convinced that if my children were not in Avance,
ellos no estarían en donde están ahorita.
They would not be where they are now.
Hoy estamos aquí porque sabemos que Avance merece seguir adelante en pro de la educación de nuestros hijos.
We're here today because we know that Avance deserves to be here continuing in favor of the students.
Y esperamos contar con su apoyo.
And we
Muchas gracias.
To be able to count with your support. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Board President and esteemed board members. Wow, where do I begin? My name is Yvette Kingberg, and I'm the executive director, proud executive director of the YPI secondary charter schools from Los Angeles. I'm also the former CCSA vice president for Southern California. I am the current board member on 3 very successful schools in Los Angeles, and I have worked in the charter school movement for more than 21 years. Most importantly, I am the current mother of a 16-year-old in high school. So I'm here to respectively ask for you to vote yes in renewing Avance's charter petition. You've heard the numbers. 4-1 in terms of the advisory commission voting support, 98% Latino students, English learners, LTELs as 6th graders, but graduating and going to college as seniors. I mean, we're still struggling with that LTEL issue statewide. 90% free and reduced lunch, economically needy families. 89% graduation rate. Let me say that again. 89% graduation rate in this community. Again, as a charter school advocate, I'm asking you to say yes to the charter school that has a college-going persistent rate that exceeds local school districts and matches those of more affluent neighborhoods. As a board member, I would ask you to say yes to the school that has managed to stay open when many other charter schools closed their doors during the most difficult financial season of state funding for education in schools in California. Avance is here. It has survived the fiscal crisis, and I'm asking you to give it a chance to succeed so that it can move forward and have more students like that to testify about the impact of what they do for them. My son asked me to tell you that as a 16-year-old who has friends at Avance, please don't shut the place that is not just school, not just a classroom, but is family to them. Lastly, as a mom who wants only the best for my son, and I too am a first-generation college student, I'm asking that you say yes so that 420 moms of Avance can continue to advance their hope and dreams of their sons and daughters, joining the ranks of the former Avance students who have had the opportunity to go to college. Thank you. Please say yes.
Good afternoon, President and board members. My name is Percy Duran, President of the Youth Policy Institute, Chairman of the U.S. Civil Rights Commission Advisory Board, past member of the USC Advisory Board and Pepperdine Advisory Board. We have served Avance for the past 8 years, and we've developed a pathway for these students to go to college. As you know, Highland Park is a barrio made up of 95% Latinos. I grew up in East Los Angeles, and the Catholic schools were our safety net. The charter schools in these barrios are the safety nets for these students, especially for the Latino students. We believe that by the Youth Policy Institute providing after-school programs and tutoring for these students, that these students, as you've seen and will be told, how they go on to four-year colleges, just as some of us and some of you have been successful in the work that you have done. Therefore, we recommend and support that Avance be renewed in order to provide the services to the community, to the barrios, for the Latinos in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
People, Dr. Christina Duran, Michelle Lowe, Matt Taylor, and Eric Premack line up.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Tinoco. I'm the Director of Housing and Residential Life at University of the West. It's my pleasure today to speak about the caliber of students that we get from Academia Avance, including Araceli. US is a small WASC-accredited private nonprofit university offering affordable option to higher education for talented students who might not continue their education otherwise. Much like Academia Avance, we pride ourselves on highly personalized, individualized attention in and outside the classroom. Our partnership with Academia Avance allows us to continue to communicate the expectations of what it takes to persist and succeed in college. The students who come to U.S. from Academia Avance come from high-risk backgrounds but successfully persist at U.S. I'm proud to say that every semester our academic honors list includes students from Avance. In addition, Avance students are in the forefront of student leadership at U.S. Avance students bring with them not just determination and commitment to succeed in the classroom, but a strong desire to shape U.S. and leave behind a legacy. Leaders are not only in the making at U.S., but U.S. is a platform for leaders to continue to develop themselves, a perfect platform for Avance students. I'm here to encourage y'all to vote yes and approve the charter for Academia Avance, and I look forward to continuing to partner with Academia Avance and to helping these students realize their personal and educational goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Castro, and I'm with the Sunburst Youth Challenge Academy. We are one of 30 programs across the country that represent the National Guard Youth Challenge program. We work with at-risk youth and provide them with the values, life skills, education, and self-discipline necessary to succeed as productive citizens. Working with Avance these last couple of years, we had over a dozen students go from their school to our program and back, becoming leaders in their community, taking advantage of the education Avance has to offer, and doing more beyond high school. We attribute this as symbols to goal setting. At Avance, it's the Life Prep program. Everyone that I always seem to encounter has high expectations for today's youth. But with the Life Prep program, not only do they have these high expectations, but they also provide them with the much needed resources and opportunities to realistically become tomorrow's leaders. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. My name is Raul Macias. I'm President and founder of Anagua Youth Sport Association, which has a membership of more than 2,000 kids in Northeast Los Angeles. It's not easy to drive 6 hours from Los Angeles. It's hard. And most families and the kids and the teachers, most of them, we did. We did with the hope. We did because believe in Avance Academy. And we believe in the education, the importance of the education of our kids now. Avance is a very, very important school in our community. It makes a lot of difference, a lot. Many of my kids in our organization is from Avance. And we know we work very close with them to sometimes go to the tournaments, sometimes to have a games in there. It's so sad these days. One of the most worst thing is to have a school, to have an education. It's so easy to have a job or see many of our kids in the jail, all because we don't have the schools or the teachers like Academy Avance did his job. Please, I ask him your support. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, distinguished board members. I am Dr. Christina Duran. I have had the privilege of working with Academia Avance since 2008, primarily working with teachers in curriculum and instruction, A through G's, helping them develop, implement, and make sure they make the required changes as they need be. Federal and state compliance, and WASC. As you are aware, Avance received full WASC accreditation. Our students are making great gains, and some are studying abroad. I had one young lady, Fatima Ramirez, who met with me over the summer. As a reading specialist, we developed a program that she was taking back to the favelas. She now speaks Portuguese. She was excited over what she is going to contribute. Our students are being prepared to be active members of our community. Let's keep our schools in Avance in our community with many challenges. And I humbly ask you, those conditions that were stated can be met. We can do it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Michelle Lowe on behalf of the California Charter Schools Association. At your last meeting, I briefly discussed how we take a first and sometimes second look at schools' academic performance to determine whether or not we can advocate for their renewal. Last month, New City did not pass even a third look, and we asked for you to not renew that charter. Today, that is not the case. On our second look, Academia Avance earned our support because we see some promising things going on at the school. If you look solely at their testing data, this may not be the case, but we base our second look decisions on multiple measures, in this case, reviewing college acceptance and persistence rates. We do this because, as the legislature and this board have spent hours discussing, sometimes state tests do not tell the whole story. We believe that's the case here, as Academia Avance has shown to outperform other area schools in their college readiness and persistence rates. We would therefore ask you today to not rely on state test scores, especially as the state is moving away from those, but place some importance on these other multiple measures, including the college persistence and college going rates. Thank you. And renew the charter today. My colleague Matt Taylor will go into more detail regarding our analysis and conclusion. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, President Kirst and members of the board. My name is Matt Taylor, and I'm the Director of Research at the California Charter Schools Association. And thanks for the opportunity to share our thoughts about this school and our review of their performance. As many of you know, CCSA conducts a rigorous review of charter schools going into renewal. This process is a multi-stage one. It begins with a review of test score information to make a determination of whether or not the school has met a minimum level of performance. If a school is identified below that minimum level, which this school was, we then undertake an extremely thorough multiple measures review. In this process, we look at numerous types of data: enrollment, student discipline, college readiness, as well as many other data points provided by the school. And our staff also conduct site visits, have numerous conversations with school leadership and the school community. And in the case of Academia Avance, we reviewed local and state test score data and found that the data was mixed, with early grades showing lower performance and later grades showing higher performance. Students were entering the school scoring several grade levels behind, but by 11th grade, the students were scoring much higher. Although this isn't a perfect longitudinal analysis, it does show an increase in pupil achievement over time by the students at Avance. However, our review is not confined purely to those test scores. We look thoroughly at multiple measures, and in this review, we found their college acceptance and enrollment data to be particularly compelling. Avance reported that it achieved a 91% acceptance rates for its graduates to post-secondary institutions, and also reported over 75% of its graduates were continuously enrolled in 2- or 4-year degree awarding accredited colleges. In summary, the post-secondary data we reviewed, both during our initial multiple measures review as well as more recent analysis that we've done, are compelling. The remarkably high rates of graduates enrolling and persisting in 2- and 4-year colleges leads us to reaffirm our support for this school as performing above CCSA's minimum accountability criteria. Thank you.
Eric Premack with the Charter Schools Development Center and also recovering ice cream truck driver. So, it's a fantastically strong incentive to persevere through college, by the way. Here to say both support the ACCS's vote in favor of granting this charter. I think the school has met the minimum criteria for renewal, both in terms of the standardized data and the broader graduation data, and enjoy a rare moment of concurrence on that with my colleagues at CCSA. I also want to speak in support of Board Member Williams' concern about the message that's getting out to the field. What we're seeing in both the LACO analysis and the CDE analysis is a continued emphasis on the old law during the suspension of the API that is not what the law says. The law says you shall use, and it lists 3 new measures, one of which is this increase in academic achievement. It doesn't say maybe you should use it or maybe you should think about it. It says you shall use it. And yet we continue to rely on the old statute. And I think getting some clarity out to the field on that, I think, is very important. But my main message here is in support of the school. Hope you'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Elvira Castro. I am part of the Anahuac Youth Association with Mr. Raul Macias. I don't have no children in this kind of schools. My children are grown up. They're adults. But what I see here, it's a need, and we urge you and we ask you to take a deeply consideration in our driving. I rode with Mr. Macias 6 hours, and I'm sure that all of these kids came along and it wasn't easy for them. We're struggling, but I'm here to talk not about my children or about these students. I'm here to talk about my grandkids and my great-grandkids. I want them to get the best educations that I didn't have the chance to, but I'm here to fight for them. And with that, we have our support of Jimmy Gomez and some of the members of the council. And also, I'm here to just ask you all, as members of the board, to make good decisions, because we're starting to fight for what belongs to us, and also we're here to pick up what belongs to us. Thank you so much.
That completes the public comment. Therefore, I declare the public hearing closed. And so we're now ready for board member questions. I suggest that before we have the usual summaries from our liaisons, perhaps that we have a technical data discussion here. I heard a lot of things that don't mesh to me technically. So I would like to continue to pursue the technical decision before calling on the liaisons. And finance, that's what I meant, technical finance. So I'd like to ask the first question to the CCSA. You verified, you say, the post-secondary data that was submitted by Avancia, and I'd like to know how you verified that, because it sounded like the LACO report had a different interpretation of persistence and so on.
So I'm sorry if I said we validated it. We took the data that the school gave to us, which included data from the National School Clearinghouse, as well as their contact with the schools or with the students themselves and where those students were. So we didn't go out and conduct our own independent analysis of that, but we did consider that as part of our multiple measures review because we felt that those are where those students ended up, and that's the ultimate goal of this endeavor, is that these students get to go to college. So we felt that the data that they handed to us and that they'd followed these procedures of collecting it was valid and reliable.
Okay, now the National Student Clearinghouse, we don't have the many experts. That is a national organization that collects data from all higher education institutions. They're highly reliable. So, that's a data source which is heavily used. So I'm wondering. Then I'll ask LACO why. I would ask the person there that had the different statistics to come up and talk about how they came up with their conclusions that were different. Based on a college persistence and so on. You had them going back to community college and so on and so forth, and you didn't mention graduation. The National Student Clearinghouse has very solid data on graduation. I do work in this technical field, just published a book on remaking college, so I'm really interested in getting to the bottom of this.
Well, I think part of the issue, I believe, is that not all universities report to National Student, the Clearinghouse.
They have lots, but
yes, they do. We were able to find data through that association for approximately 45% of the students' graduates. So that's the information that we use to base our statistics on.
From National Student Clearinghouse?
Yes.
So they track back to high schools?
Yes, they tracked back. Well, the information came through the school because the school does have access to that data. And through that, as what Mr. Morales informed me, was that not all universities, for example, University of the West, in which a majority of their students do attend as a private school, do not report results into NCAA Clearinghouse, or they weren't reported on that list, any of those students.
Okay, then I'd like the guy from University of West, if he is still here, to say, why aren't you on the National Student Clearinghouse? My understanding is if you receive any financial aid, you have to be part from the federal government. You have to be part of the National Student Clearinghouse. Last time I looked, I think there were 4,000 institutions of higher education on that list, so this has me curious.
I apologize. I'm Director of Housing. I don't have that information. I work in student affairs.
Well, thank you. All right, well, okay. Some technical questions, finance questions. Member Burr.
So the question I asked Cindy, I will ask the school, and that's the charts that talk about the A to G completion rate. This is on our agenda item, and it starts on the bottom of page 10, which shows that it's a 4-year chart that the A to G completion rate school-wide in 2010-11 was 86.7%, but for 2013-14, it was down to 42.6%. There's a big, a 50% decline. Can you talk about that for me, please?
For that particular year, 2013-14, the biggest contributor to that drop had to do with Algebra 2, and the instructor that we had at that time, he's no longer with the school, but we found that to be a huge challenge for students to meet that last part of Algebra 2 for AG2. I would like to point out, however, that for that cohort, they still went on and had 90% accepted to four-year universities. And so what we found is that the EOP option through Cal State Northridge, Cal State LA, Humboldt, and these other schools that work very closely with us, they understand the challenges, and we still were able to continue our trend of students being accepted. So I appreciate the difference that was made earlier about whether are you ready for school versus you got accepted and you're going to school.
Board Member Holliday.
Sir, I'm confused about the list of schools to which your school's being compared. The resident schools and comparison schools, and on your chart you showed half of the schools that you were comparing yourself to, you exceeded their academic performance in this way and that way, and yet the LA Office of Education says none, that you were below all of them. Is there a difference between the schools that you're using in this comparison than what they're using?
I think if I have it correct, on page 5 of the CDE report, it provides not a table but actual text, and it gives 8 measures for graduation data and for subgroups. And what surprises me that in every single one of them it says Avance surpasses, Avance surpasses, Avance surpasses, and therefore we conclude they don't meet the requirement. So I was a little bit confused. And in the school comparison data, it is not clear, and comparisons are made various different ways. Now, another way to answer your question, in our presentation today, we mostly wanted to focus on the key component of the law. It says that students would otherwise attend, right? And so the difficulty here is, as a 6 through 12 school, which category are we comparing to, middle schools or high schools? But as a college preparatory school and trying to emphasize the college acceptance and persistence, we wanted to focus on the high schools. There are, on the slide that has those comparison schools, there are 4. The last one is a magnet school for Lincoln. So let's discount that one for a second. So the 3 comprehensive schools are Lincoln, Wilson, and Franklin. And for those schools, 92% of our high school students would otherwise attend those. Right? So in terms of the residential comparison, we're asking you, the board to focus on those. Below that is a list of the middle schools that our middle school students would otherwise attend. Now, in that residential comparison, our 3-year API average is in the middle of the range. And here's where the interpretation of the law is, are you at least equal to? The LACO methodology applied a median average methodology in terms of the district comparison schools that we felt, as long as we are not at the bottom of the range, we meet the district comparison schools. Let me stop there because there's another component, but I'll stop there.
Well, but in other words, are these the schools that are in the district and the county list? Are these the same schools that are in the district and county list that they would use for their comparison? Maybe I should ask.
There, in addition to Lincoln, Wilson, and Franklin, they included Marshall High School. And one comment that was made by Commission President Bauer is that Chairman Bauer seems not to fit, especially since that is a completely different geographic neighborhood.
Okay.
Right. In addition, the state did not use Marshall, but instead used Eagle Rock. And again, the Commissioner Bauer said that was also not a direct comparison.
What does Eagle Rock have to do with Northeast Los Angeles? I haven't even been from there, but there.
That was part of the CDE analysis for the ACCS meeting. Not for this meeting, for the ACCS meeting.
So just to clarify what Member Holliday is asking, you picked the high schools that are in the region that your students would have attended had they not gone to your charter school.
Correct, and totaling 92%.
And what you're saying is, and I know the area, Marshall's out of it, and you're saying Eagle Rock is also out of it. So what would the state be the normal comparison schools? You picked local residents. Are other schools that you normally use, or these are what?
To those 3 schools, LACO had included Marshall, and state had included Eagle Rock. But they also included Franklin and Lincoln.
Oh, Trish was next, yeah.
Just a general comment based upon 4 years of attending ACCS meetings and state board meetings where we sometimes have these kinds of comparisons. And I'm not saying that this is true here because I'm not going to go back and do that, look at it that closely. But if you're saying academic performance equal to or higher than resident schools, then there can be a difference of opinion about what the resident school, which schools should be included in that. That's sometimes where we see the contradictions and inconsistencies, or which schools are really comparable based upon what, usually student demographics, but not necessarily. And there can also be a difference or a discrepancy between which academic metric was used to look at the growth or look at the comparison. So that has happened over and over again in these appeals.
Member Burr.
So this isn't actually for the school. It's probably for our attorneys and or Cindy. I'm just I continue to be struck, going back to our conversation about the Long Beach school and now this one, by what seems to be conflicting code sections. You got a whole bunch of old code sections that talk about the basis on which you're supposed to review renewals that are all tied to the API. Then you've got an API code section that says if you don't calculate an API, as I read it, and I think this is what Mr. Premack said, you're supposed to come up with alternative means. So it seems like we're putting folks through a lot of hoops, and meaning the county and the department, that maybe are not relevant anymore, and then we're being asked to make a judgment on data that's not relevant. So I'm trying to understand what is the basis on which we're supposed to review renewals right now. Is it alternative means, or are we still supposed to be looking at all this comparison on old data that is not relevant anymore?
Both statutes are still on the books, so I think that's partially what's leading to the confusion. So I think what CDE's analysis did put both on there. And for some schools, looking at the old way, 47607, might be perfectly fine. It's just for some of these other schools, it's not a fair measure. So I think that's why CDE and the county and some of the districts are reviewing, in this time of confusion, why both statutes are on the books, are reviewing using both measures. That way you all have all of the information you need.
Well, so I'll just say what I said at the last meeting. We should not be holding charter schools to a standard different than all other schools. So I would hope that the advocates, especially CCSA, would be looking for a change in statute to be clear that charter schools are not held to a standard other than all other LEAs.
I had Board Member Rucker. Did you raise your hand? No? Yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I saw you. And, yeah, I know. Yeah, I had Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the Department of Ed staff to come back up. You know, we continue to have these conversations for the reasons that Board Member Burr has pointed out, and when we get down to the brass tacks of trying to understand which data points we're supposed to consider and which we're not, I want to make sure I heard in your presentation correctly that you did receive an alternative set of academic data that was presented by you or proposed by the charter school?
It was proposed by the charter school.
Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, first of all, for what the charter school proposes, their alternative academic evaluation, they did or did not meet what they proposed would be the alternative.
They proposed 4 different looks, and so we presented those in the slides or in the handout. We looked at the A through G completion, the SAT participation, the graduation rates, and then those are all data either that is reported to the Department of Education or there's another ed data source. So those are purely statistics coming from those 2 areas. The last one was the NWA MAP assessment. So we used the charter school's information and reviewed it based on the 3 tests that they performed throughout the year. the fall, the winter, and the spring. And I think LACO looked at the same thing, but they didn't have the spring results, I believe. So we were able to look at the third, which would be the final test that the school performed under that form of assessment. And it was mixed. And, you know, grade 11 did show growth. It showed that they had meted the targets, but the other grade levels, I think for us it was compelling that they were far below where they should have been. I mean, grade 6 was 2 grade levels below grade 6. And so it was consistent through the lower grade levels. Only grade 11 showed some
And then my
growth.
second question is concerning the schools that were used for comparison. Board Member Holliday pointed out that there seems to be a difference between when the charter made their presentation, the cluster of schools or the schools that they as a group used for comparison, and what was presented either at the ACCS or here today. Can you identify, and without trying to put you on the spot, was there that kind of a difference where it was there was a great discrepancy in the types of schools, or even the names of the schools that were used for the comparison?
Well, the CDE at the ACCS analysis, and so we did a different sort of analysis for the board, this board item. But at that point, we're not sure about the Eagle school that Mr. Morales mentioned. Just looking at the item of what we did, we actually picked 3 schools. One of them was Benjamin Franklin Senior High School, which I think was mentioned, and that one is a resident school of Avance. But we also selected 2 comparable district schools, Los Angeles Leadership Academy and New Design Center. And these two schools were comparable and selected because they have a similar mission statement of preparing pupils for college and career. Both serve grade 6 through grade 12 pupils. Both have been in operation for 5 years or more, and both have a similar enrollment or demographic to Avance. So those were the schools that CDE selected.
Were those schools that students at Avance could attend if Avance didn't exist?
Yes, those would be district schools. So these would be the comparable district schools.
Okay, that's
not
not my
the
question.
not the resident school.
Okay, I'm not sure I'm asking the question correctly, so let me rephrase it. For what was the first school you named?
Benjamin Franklin.
And then the second school, the other one?
Los Angeles Leadership Academy.
For the Los Angeles Leadership Academy, there are students who are currently enrolled in Avance who could go to the Los Angeles Leadership Academy?
These are district comparable schools.
Okay,
so not
I got
resident.
Sorry, I think I misstated.
Both of them?
Yes.
And the basis for, and I heard this explained by Member Williams, that we have had this done in different ways. Sometimes it's been the resident school in the neighborhood or in the geographic area where the students could attend, and other times it's been a comparison based on some similarities about the demographics or information about the school. So we're seeing that's what you did here, that there was similarity based on the demographics or other information about the school.
Yes.
But it could be in a different geographic area and
But
not
apparently
easily
we've-
acceptable.
But apparently
accessible?
we've done this before. This is not a new thing or
Okay,
something
I'm just trying
unique.
to pin
Yeah.
down my answer, yes
Yeah.
or no.
Yes, and it's because that is pursuant to the 47607, which is the standard for renewal, prior to the alternative measures being proposed. So it's aligned with that statute that says resident and comparable.
Okay, so we're not doing something different for this school that hasn't been done before in other circumstances.
This is the kind of old law that's still on the books, as Judy had
I got
mentioned.
it, okay.
Yeah, Michael McFarland's next. Yeah,
Okay.
well, I have a list here. I'm sorry.
I might just be kind of confused right now, but so I was listening for like the multiple measures, and I heard the LCAP comp, and I heard 72% of the goals were met, and then the LA County Office of Education says 7 were met out of 21. So I don't.
Well, we didn't review the LCAP as part of the petition because it is a separate process, but we did, for purposes of these presentation, we did look at the annual update for the LCAP. And I can give you our results of the statistics, and I think our numbers might be a little different, but we purely just went through the annual update and looked to see what the school had presented in that, which they presented to their board. We found that 20 goals were included in the annual update. 9 were met, 7 were not met. 1 was a partial meeting, and 3 were still pending, just based on what the school reported in the update.
Boy, if we're going to get into LCAP goals accomplished, that's a, that's a whole new area. I don't know squat about that. I don't know what to make of that. I don't know if that's good or bad, and I helped with the law, so I mean, we're going to have a whole new criteria. Board Member Holliday.
So several things. I mean, obviously, we're all over the place on this thing, and and it's going to be this way for a bit longer. And with all due respect to you, Cindy, and your analysis, I stick to the wording that this school is doing as well, if not better, than where their pupils otherwise would attend. And where their other pupils would attend are the 3 schools, I believe, wholeheartedly, that they mentioned, that Avance mentioned in their report, and not these other schools that are comparable but outside of that realm. I believe that neighborhoods have a certain feel and a certain mindset and a culture, and that it's very important to compare their school to schools in that neighborhood. And I think that's what they did. And that's why I think their information in this case is probably more accurate and more helpful. Secondly, we keep going back to the fact that there's students in 6th grade or 2 or 3 grade levels behind. To me, that is damning evidence of the district elementary schools. It's not damning evidence of them. The fact is, and I don't mean that in a terrible way, but the fact is that I lived through that. I lived through that experience of entering 6th graders being so far behind in their academic grade levels and then being held accountable for bringing them up in a year. You know, it doesn't happen that way in real life. So I think they're making progress. I think that they're doing as well, if not better, than the neighboring schools. I love their partnership with universities. And, you know, I think we can go around and around and around about all these different ways of measuring. But in general, the feel is this is not a bad school. Academically, they're fighting the good fight. That's my opinion.
Board Member Molina.
To Board Member Holliday's point, as I review the slides that you presented to us, Cindy, out of the 8 slides, out of the 10 slides, 8 of the 8 slides indicate progress in looking at overall data. So the only slide that shows a dip was slide 2, where we talked about participation, and then slide...
Participation in what?
Participation...
SAT?
Yes, and...
SAT.
The other slide was...
A through G?
The A through G, right, drop. But academically, this school looks like it has really done some significant progress, in particular with the reverse trend of students coming in low and leaving high. If you study data in general for most of our schools, the longer the children, if children come 2 years plus behind, the longer they're in school, the worse the data looks. So this is a very interesting trend that I would love to study, because I have not seen this trend before. So I am, I know we'll make a vote soon, but I think that we're painting a picture of a school that has done some exceptional work and we're not recognizing it. So that I would bring.
Yes. Board Member Williams.
I would like to suggest that outside of this particular agenda item in this board meeting, that the state board liaisons and leadership and the CDE talk about how long we're going to continue to refer to the API statute. And Well, I'm not sure that it's required that we continue to do the analysis that way. I understand it's still in the law, but I think we ought to take a look at that, because one of the things that happens is we all know we're moving beyond that. And so what happens is we spend sometimes hours going round and round because we're confused by all of the data, some of which is really no longer relevant. So we really, to avoid doing that to ourselves, to avoid doing that to the schools that come before us, to the CDE, we really ought to have a conversation about this and make a decision going forward. Otherwise, that said, I agree with Member Molina. I agree with Member Holliday. I think my feeling is that that this school has done some really very, very promising stuff with its students. And I do want to make the point that even if they weren't going to 4-year, if they're going to 2-year, you know, there's a lot of good programs in 2-year and a lot of good livings that can be made in or School of Art and Design. It doesn't have to be 4-year, but it looks to me like there's a lot of very, very positive stuff happening with this. And when the board is ready, I would be ready to make a motion.
Go ahead, Board Member Strauss.
So I just would ask, and I know we had the ACCS review, and I really appreciate Member Holliday and Member Williams' attention to that, but I just would like some clarification. We didn't quite hear the end of the analysis of the financial issues, and now it looks like the financial issues are okay with some possible conditions to assure it. So I just, Member Holliday, maybe you could just clarify that for me, because I'm actually quite comfortable with the academic goals, the partnerships, the college placement, and the focus at the academic. I just wanted to clarify for me the financial pieces.
Initially, I was very confused about this whole financial situation, especially with this property, and the fact that there is no evidence that this property is going to turn into cash for this school, and that concerned me a great deal. So one of the reasons that Avance has had to submit multiple budgets to the CDE is because the initial budget they submitted before the May revise, then and it did not even include LCFF figures. And so then after the revise, then they went to the LCC, you know what I mean, and they revised that then. In addition to that, what they started to experience, and this is what I believe the ACCS was thinking, is that they started to feel as though there were going to be further criticisms of that, each of these budgets, based upon enrollment, and that they had to continue to resubmit lower and lower enrollment in order to satisfy, you know, the department or those examining it. I think the most important component of not only all schools' budgets, but this school's budget is enrollment. And they have built into this current budget over the next few years, as was mentioned today, only an increase of 9 students. But what was most telling to me today is when the school leadership showed the picture of the pre-enrollment day, and they had 400 and some 20 students, and that is, you know, obviously going to make it possible for them to meet their budget. I'm concerned about their debt. You know, it's horrible, and it's going to be continue to be an albatross around the school's neck for a long time, unless they can really figure out how to work that through. But at the same time, they've got the enrollment. I'm convinced now they've got the enrollment, and that is going to be key to making it possible. I hope that helps.
I'm not sure if I know that the school is not officially open unless we grant this, but LA opened a couple weeks ago. So, and I know there's this picture of the students, 420 or so, that have said that they really want to come. Do we know where those students are now? Are they just waiting for us to take action? And if so, and should it be even approved conditionally? Is there conditions to make up the days that the kids don't have? Because they're not in school right now, my understanding. Where are they? Where are the kids now? Do we know that?
I prefer that they answer that.
Okay, so maybe I'd ask the school to, so school hasn't started for you because you're not open, and LA Unified opened already.
Do they have to follow the LA Unified calendar?
Do you follow? No, will you make up, where are the kids now? If the school was to open, will you, do you have a plan to address the required school days? I'm just interested in, because school hasn't opened for you.
Correct.
Because you're not open, okay.
Correct. We have not set the first day of instruction, and it's something that we would hope to be able to get some guidance for today, should we be renewed. But to your specific question, our original calendar was built with 180 school days, and so I think we have some room to squeeze that to still stay within 175. We have a calendar now that, should we be opened as late as September 14th, we will still be able to have the same end date in June. But we're prepared to extend what is needed into June, and that's ending early in June. So we have room in June to make sure that we meet the minimum instructional days and instructional minutes. Yes, we have in the last year, and we propose to use this year, our main campus and 2 satellite sites. That would allow us to meet the capacity requirement, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to get that clearance with the CDE staff as well. The CDE Facilities Division staff have already done a site inspection of our 3 sites.
Board Member Rucker?
Okay, so first of all, I want to commend the department staff for their pretzel-like acumen in presenting this board item to us today, not only to recommend, based on your analysis, recommendation to deny, but if the board in the alternative chooses to ignore that recommendation and look for ways to approve the petition, to identify some conditions that would meet the concerns that we should legitimately have to address the issues that were identified in the petition. So I appreciate that. You know, there's this expression, people use this expression, the proof is in the pudding. The actual expression is the proof is in the eating of the pudding. Approving this petition will require, with those conditions, will require a great deal of work on the part of the school to ensure success, not just for the students, but for the employees. They're saying 95% of their employees have agreed to return with these fiscal conditions currently in place. So approving the conditions, and I was ready based on the very technical recommendations in the conditions that you outlined to address and protect and indemnify the agents of the school and the employees because of those fiscal concerns. I was already ready to accept that recommendation. So I think that all of the other concerns we've raised about the differences and what we consider on the academic side, and those are things that we will continue to work out. That's kind of the stuff we have to live with, the questions we have to live with. And I've even been willing to accept that we change the rules just like each successive round of playing a card game, because we need to try to exhibit some flexibility and pay attention to the local concerns or the context that that particular petition is being addressed in. So even though we have these rules, these 2 seemingly conflicting statutes, this is probably the first charter petition that I personally have actually dug into the weeds for, where I can say that there was a great deal of flexibility in how and what the board is offered for considering. So I appreciate you for that. But approving this charter really does mean the proof will be in the eating of this pudding.
Okay, I think we're getting ready for a recommendation, but I want to make a statement. We had a presentation this morning about college and career readiness. We're moving to that as a crucial indicator. I do not think this board is getting the kind of analysis on college and career readiness that we need. And so I recommend that our liaisons, the CDE, and the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools begin to look at and how they can verify the figures on the number of students who actually enroll in colleges, the number who persist, the number who graduate. Moreover, they also need to take a look at the colleges. I looked up the University of the West. It is 100% online. and it has, will take students, my reading of it, anybody who graduates from high school will be admitted. So they wouldn't take the SAT. So we're using these SAT numbers. 895 colleges in America, many of them highly prestigious liberal arts schools, do not use the SAT. Do not require it, I should say. They do not require it, SAT or ACT. So we're, I think, operating in the past with a lot of this analysis when the future, particularly for high schools, is ongoing in that area. So that would be my request, and now I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, I was just writing down the assignment you just gave Member Holliday and I in the ACCS and the CDE. A good assignment. I move to approve academic Avance Charter School with the following conditions. 1, that the charter school shall provide an academic plan for the 2015-16 school year, and you don't need to be worrying about writing this down because it'll be given to you, by September 30th, 2015, which details the benchmark assessments the school will administer and the instructional modifications that will take place school-wide and by subgroup for students still needing to come up to grade level. Number 2, within 60 days after the close of escrow and the sale of the City Terrace Limited Liability Company investment, AACS shall provide the CDE with a copy of the settlement statement that identifies the amount of proceeds that the charter will receive and updated financial statements that reflect the sale of that investment. 3, within 90 days after approval of the charter renewal, AACS shall provide the CDE with a plan, including a timeline, regarding how the school intends to pay off all outstanding rent owed and any vendor bills that are more than 90 days past due. And 4, that AACS will abide by the other technical amendments reflected in the CDE's staff report.
Second.
Okay, you've heard the motion. It's been seconded. Is there any public comment on the motion? If not, all board members, are we ready to vote? Okay. Let's see a raise of hands. Those in favor of the motion? Of approving. Okay, it's unanimous, so we don't need to call a roll. All right, the board will take a recess till 3:25.
Frankie, can we say hi? No, not really. Yes.
So which side is that? That's the that's the private school or the private school? That's the I think you'll be good to go.
Pardon? The board will reconvene. And we're on item 7. Before we take up item 7, I want to announce that we have an addendum for item 11 regarding the approval of a charter school numbers of newly assigned charter schools. So that is my announcement on item 11. So we're now ready for item 7 on the workbook, approval of the amendments to the California Accountability Workbook. Greetings.
Good afternoon, President Kearse and board members. My name is Jenny Singh, and I'm an administrator in the Analysis, Measurement, Accountability Reporting Division. This item is bringing forth a recommended target for the attendance rate for the AYP. As you know, the U.S. Department of Education requires schools to meet an additional indicator to make AYP. The required indicator for high schools is the high school graduation rate. In prior years, the additional indicator for elementary and middle grades has been the API. Because the department is not producing an API, the board at the January meeting approved replacing the API with attendance data. At the May meeting, the department recommended that the attendance rate target for AYP be set at 90%. This recommendation was based on the most frequent target set by other states using attendance rates as the additional indicator for AYP. Before setting the target, the board requested additional information. Specifically, the board requested research that would support the recommended target and data regarding the impact of the target on LEAs and schools. Because the CDE does not collect attendance data at the school level, we had to actually go through a data collection process. At the time this item was posted, the department had data for 88% of the schools. On page 2 of the item, you'll see a couple of tables that indicate the percentage of schools in LEAs meeting targets ranging from 90 to 97%. And on a side note, I'm happy to report that as of last Friday, we have attendance data for 97% of the schools. We're hoping to get up to close to 99%. My goal is 100, but I would be happy with 99%. Okay. So for the research, the CDE and the California Comprehensive Center at West Ed obtained research on attendance rates and chronic absenteeism. The research did indicate that attendance data can obscure the number of chronically absent students. One California study found that schools with attendance rate at or above 97% rarely have problems with chronic absenteeism. Schools with rates between 93 and 97% really need to analyze their data to determine if chronic absenteeism is a problem. And it also found that schools with rates below 93% are more likely to have problems with chronic absenteeism. So based on this research, the department is recommending that the attendance rate for the 2015 federal reporting be set at 93%. The department is hopeful, I stated many times earlier today, that the ESEA will be reauthorized, and that will provide, of course, states with opportunities to develop accountability systems that will align to each state's priorities. So if ESEA is reauthorized this year, the use of attendance data for AYP will be limited to 1 year. So in essence, this really is a stopgap measure to meet our reporting requirements under the federal accountability. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, board member questions on this item? Okay, Is there public comment?
Terry Burns, Leangela Reed, and Brad Strong.
Afternoon, Terry Burns from California School Boards Association. We have no problem with the idea of using attendance and moving us forward to using chronic absence as a measure. Our concern is putting in a measure after the fact that we're holding schools accountable for. This measure is intended for last year's attendance, which means there's nothing I can do at this point in time to improve my number and meet the passing score. By moving from the 90% figure, as folks noted that many districts are at, to 93%, you are doubling the number of districts that are in sanctions. That's a problem for us. It's an after-the-fact gotcha. So we look forward to moving towards chronic absenteeism as a measure in the future, but for this round, we would hope you would stick with the 90%. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members. Leangela Reed on behalf of the Association of California School Administrators. I would like to echo the comments made by Terry. We share the concern about something that comes in after the fact. Also wanted to raise one additional point. We'd like you to consider not having it apply to kindergarten, because since kindergarten is not a mandated grade, it's not required for students to be there. That's the one that usually has the highest missing students. And while it's something we certainly want to address as early, chronic absenteeism, we think that there's no way for the means by which a district superintendent and staff can implement something for kindergartners and compel parents to participate is very limited. So we would just ask that you consider not including kindergarten within this realm for those reasons.
You're talking about for attendance, not chronic absenteeism.
Right, for attendance.
You're speaking to the item.
Yes, speaking to the item.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, no, I was saying that we want to address the related issues, but we think that for the attendance piece, because the kindergarten isn't a mandated grade, and
thank you.
Thanks.
President Kirst, board members, Brad Strong with Children Now. The board probably remembers that we were here in January urging that you use chronic absenteeism rather than the attendance rates. We were joined by Attendance Works, some folks from the Attorney General's Office, the Association of School Psychologists, California School Boards Association, Children Now, and Pupil Services Coalition, all kind of asking for that emphasis on chronic absence. We understand why you chose the attendance rates, and what we're here today, we'd submitted a letter on behalf of the Chronic Absence and Attendance Partnership, and that our concern is that now that we're trying to send the right messages to schools about attendance, and that chronic absence really ought to be the state priority, and particularly as you think about the agenda item tomorrow and 14, the key indicator we hope you'll continue to emphasize within California is chronic absence. Our concern on this item on 7 is that we appreciate that the move to set to 93%, but are still thinking that that's low. We don't want to miscommunicate to districts that 93% attendance is good. Attendance, even the Utah study that was referenced in the board item, staff item, it says the Utah study finds that a school with 94% ADA could have a chronic absence rate as high as 50%. So 50% chronic absenteeism is, would obviously be far too excessive. The other issue, and I heard it mentioned about which grades to target. At one, this was flagged for schools in January, so there was some guidance there. If the concern, maybe the SEA will be reauthorized and they won't need an AYP, it'd be nice to go on record now for chronic absence as an indicator for AYP next year. Thank you.
Okay, can we get a comment from the department on the kindergarten issue? This seems, and why you would include kindergarten?
Sure, we included kindergarten because, the attendance rate was approved in January. We have to collect the data. It's a lot of work for districts to submit it to us. So we actually talked to districts, and they indicated that it's easier for them to submit kindergarten. Instead of pulling it out, it's easier for them to submit it. It would be a lot more work to pull out various grade levels. We did consider just collecting for the grade levels that are tested, grades 3 through 8 and 11, but they said that would be, well, not 11, but 3 through 8. They said it was just too much work. Yes.
So we have AXA worrying about it, but the districts don't want it, so I'm lost. Yeah. Board Member Burr.
Well, I have a question for Jenny, and then just sort of a comment about the purpose for this item versus our bigger accountability system. So, Jenny, if I'm reading the item correctly, is it the department's intent to begin to collect attendance data to expand the CalPEDS data collection?
There is discussion for that. The U.S. Department of Education has got some regulations out that indicate that they want states to start reporting absenteeism rates. And if those regulations pass, we will then be required to start collecting it.
So just to further clarify that, we have added it to our long-term agenda for this year to look at. So we're prepared, based on what you all decide, as well as the Federal Department of Education as far as EDIN reporting.
Okay, so because we've been having this conversation for many years about whether or not attendance data needs to rest with the state or where people can actually do something about it, which is at the LEA level. So I think that warrants a much broader conversation. And again, consistent with what we've talked about a lot today and in previous meetings, I, for one, prefer that the feds not drive our agenda. So, just kind of want to hold that in reserve. So, and also just want to remind, this is only for the Federal Accountability Workbook.
Right.
The issue about chronic absenteeism will be talked about a lot with respect to our bigger accountability system. And just to give a little preview for tomorrow, some of the conversation is what are key indicators versus what are associated indicators. And that's yet to be determined. So my fear is I don't want to send a message with what's essentially a technical amendment about what our overall accountability system is going to look like. So just for the record, well, we're going to have to take action here. And I actually would support CSBA's recommendation about 90%, because that's what we talked about and that's what we asked for data on. But just so folks know, this is not about our accountability system. That's going to be a big conversation tomorrow and going forward.
Board Member Ross.
I agree with what Board Member Burr is saying. The purpose of what we will do on this item is purely for the federal accountability purposes, to make a specific, single, narrow amendment to our accountability workbook for federal reporting purposes.
Correct.
And so this is not part of what will be considered in our much larger item tomorrow. And I also agree, when we started this conversation and the recommendation issue was at 90%, Board Member Burr and I were both the ones who were saying, well, how many schools does that mean? So I would also rather the recommendation be at 90%. And again, for federal accountability purposes, that's sufficient. And I think that doesn't muddy the water. It's not setting a fine line in the sand about what we're thinking about chronic absenteeism. It is for a single reporting purpose that probably is not going to be a continuing and ongoing need.
Well, I hope not.
Keep hope alive.
Board Member Strauss.
So I just want to build on what Member Burr and Member Rucker said. So we are, I believe, with CalPEDS not going to calculate till the 16-17 year attendance. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, so then how would we be calculating the attendance rate in the interim years, 14-15 and 15-16, if we were to pass this amendment?
So this is based on data that we're collecting from districts. Most of them submitted data based on ADA because that's what they already have in place. But they had two options. They could submit their ADA data, or they could submit actual attendance data based on enrollment, which means they took the number of students how many days were they enrolled, and how many days did they attend. So we had districts submit both ways. But it was a lot of work collecting the data, and we're hoping this is a one-time thing only.
So I just would say, just for the record, I guess we'll do a modified motion, but I would support Member Burr and Member Rucker that for the feds. While we're working on our accountability, I'd rather leave it at the 90 that we talked about at the last agenda. But that's my preference.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? If not, maybe I'll have a Member Burr make a motion, see whether that can pass.
So I would recommend that we adopt the department's recommendation for the additional amendment to the accountability workbook, but that the attendance rate target for elementary and middle school grades be at 90%.
I'll second that.
All right, is there a second? I second. Rucker second. Is there any comment on the motion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that passes. All right. Now we're on 8, the approval of the consolidated applications, and Board Member McFarland must recuse himself for this, since his school district is part of this. And he's a member of the board. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Cindy Cazanes, Director for Analysis, Measurement, and Accountability Reporting Division. This is your annual large CONAP item. You've got almost 90% of the school districts asking for approval of their consolidated application, which is their federal programs, and we recommend approval of this item.
Okay. Are there any public speakers on this item? No.
I make a motion? Oh, are we ready?
Go ahead.
We need 2 motions. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so.
Make a motion from Palos Verdes.
Okay, so I move approval of the Palos Verdes Peninsula Unified School District CONAP.
All right, second we'll give to Rucker on that one. A tie, right, okay, you got it. Is there any public comment on the motion? Not all raise your hands. We're rating on, this is Palos Verdes only, okay.
Now, Aida, Eileen, Lisa, Michael, come back.
Yeah. You still have 6, yeah. Okay. So do we have a motion on this one?
I would move approval of all the other ones. I would move approval of all the other consolidated applications in the item.
Okay, that's passed. And second, any public comment on the motion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, now we're ready for the waivers. And where's my cheat sheet on the waivers? Oh, revised waivers. Okay, so we're now ready for the waivers, and we can do waiver consent items with Member Rucker here, W1 through W2, and W4 through W10 with Member Rucker and present. And since there were no items that are under dispute, I guess we can ask for public comment. Are there any public comments on these on those waivers? 1 and 2, 4 through 10. No. No. Okay, with no hearing none, then we're ready for a motion.
I move approval.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, now we will hear item W3. And Member Rucker is recusing on this. Yeah, my say you can stay on 3. Okay.
It was good. Almost made it. President Kirst, members of the board, Fred Balcom, Special Education Division Director. Resource Specialist caseload waivers come to you with some frequency, typically at the end of a school year. And it's a situation where, due to fluctuating enrollment, an individual resource specialist may be asked by their district to take on students in excess of their caseload cap of 28 students. The caseload cap has got a hard ceiling at 32. When that request is made, the resource specialist does have the option to either agree that they can meet all the students' needs who are on the caseload, or to refuse. When the districts request this waiver, it is for the purpose of ensuring the student's rights. So a student with a disability who needs resource specialist services may enroll in a school putting that particular resource specialist over the caseload cap. The district has multiple options in addition to asking that resource specialist to take 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 additional students. Those options include denying enrollment of that student to that school and transferring them to an overflow school or some other school in the district where the resource specialist may have space within their caseload. They could also employ, on an instance notice, if you will, an additional substitute resource specialist to cover that individual student's caseload. Generally speaking, districts employ some combination of all three. For the interim, they assign additional students with the resource specialist cooperation to their caseload. As necessary, they bring in substitute resource specialists to assist. And as a third measure, they proceed with the hiring process to bring in additional staffing where it's predictable in order to cover future enrollment growth. When a waiver comes in, our staff phones that resource specialist, makes appropriate inquiry into have all of the conditions been met, if they agree to the waiver, and then makes a recommendation to all of you. That is what has transpired in this case, in all of these waiver requests, and we have been assured that the conditions have been met, that the resource specialists have agreed to take the students on their caseload, that the districts have followed through and either employed additional substitutes, have begun the process of employing additional resource specialists where warranted, and certainly that the additional aid time that is prescribed in the item or in the statute and regulation have been met. Upon assurance to us that that has all been accomplished, we recommend approval of these waivers with those specific conditions.
Thank you, Fred. Okay, we'll public comment on this item, I'm sure.
Lorraine Richards.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Richards, California Teacher Association. I am here to represent CTA, and CTA is opposed to the waivers. Speaking about class size is a disservice to any classroom setting, and especially when you start to mention special education, that population has a greater need, and those lower class sizes are definitely needed. And there are districts that are also repeat waiver filers, and as mentioned in the Santa Maria letter, they are opposed, and the letter also states that it gives encouragement to continue to do so with these waivers. So CTA is opposed to the waivers. Thank you.
Any board comment or discussion on this item? If not, I'm ready for. Yes, go ahead.
I just have a question because this is kind of new to me. So is there a way that we're tracking what districts are asking for waivers year after year? Like, do we know if there's a trend in the waivers that we're receiving, and if it's for the same for special ed students or for, whatever it is? Do we keep track of that, or how do we know?
We do have information about which districts have applied. We don't track it per se because each year it could vary. For instance, in this particular district where the bargaining association sent the letter, their argument that the district should be able to predict enrollment and can predict enrollment, showing that They should have hired someone in advance. I'm not very tech, and you may not be able to see this. If not, I apologize. This is the district, and these are the schools. And the lines going up and down reflect the enrollments changed from year to year at each of those schools. So as you can see in some cases, or I hope you can see, in some cases the line goes up dramatically in one year and down the next. It is very difficult when you're staffing school by school to make an absolute prediction about enrollment. And so that's why we have these variations and the waivers come in. We don't get a lot, given the number of resource specialist programs. And if I could just clarify a point made by the previous speaker, this is not class size. This is caseload. It involves a whole lot of things. Only a little bit of it is direct teaching. So it's a management of things that support the student is really what a resource specialist does. A special class teacher would be affected tremendously by class size.
Board Member Holler.
And the idea of tracking, though, might be misleading, too. Your implication is that maybe there's a district or a school that is doing this over and over and over again and not stepping up to the challenge. But then again, it could be where that school is located. It could be what the culture of the town. It could be whether they have more migrant children coming and going. There could be all sorts of reasons why it may be repetitive in a particular district or a school, that sort of thing. So I think we have to be careful about pointing the finger.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I was a liaison that worked with the staff in looking at this particular waiver and in considering the issues that this waiver raised. And I did ask of issues about how many, if this district had made a request for waivers before, and if we had information about the type of waivers and where this goes. And there are a couple of issues about what waivers like this mean. There is an issue about program quality. And so the association is correct in saying that districts should have a way of monitoring or understanding, what their enrollment projections are going to look like. And it is true, at the local level, there are some predictions you can make. Fluctuations cannot be accounted for, but fluctuations don't happen every single year. And in special education programs, districts have more flexibility for how they move staff around like pegs on a board, probably for the resource specialists, than they do, say, for classroom teachers. But the department also is looking at something other than program quality. In the case of the resource specialist, as Fred pointed out, that's not necessarily an instructional assignment. It is about this particular assignment is managing cases, in other words, managing resources that are provided to the students this resource specialist is getting or is assigned. And so from time to time, when districts have to make these particular waivers, the conversation that's presented to me is that the district actually goes to the individual resource specialist and asks the individual resource specialist to agree. Now, we would be naive to assume that there isn't some level of coercion when your employer comes and says, look, I need this favor, we need you to take a waiver and accept this caseload assignment for this year. So it's not like, so the association is exercising their due diligence and saying the district needs to do a better job of understanding what their program resources are. And the resource specialists are put in a position that, frankly, it is a little bit of coercion because their employer is asking for them to agree to accept an additional caseload because their work is going to be impacted, and that is their job, and that the person who signs their paycheck is asking them to agree to this waiver over the objections, very likely, of their local association. So all of those are part of that very local consideration. But this waiver is not saying, we intend to keep doing this. The waiver is saying, oops, look what happened to us last year. This is what occurred. This is what has gone on. And we would like to be held harmless because it happened last year. And so that's what this waiver is seeking. It's not seeking for a continuing practice or in the case of this particular isolated waiver, for an ongoing set of activities to continue as a policy for this one district. The legislature is going to have to tackle the issue about caseload and how districts actually do that work of managing, because the fact is they're not doing a good job. But it doesn't change the fact, in the case of this particular waiver, it is an isolated problem, isolated to this one district, and it's not a general practice that has been something that they have every single year come and ask for a waiver on. Because Fred will tell you, I asked all those questions. I had that concern. And as I explained to you all, I had the concerns about the issue of the concerns between the macro issues that the local association is looking at, and they should, and they're correct, and the individual case that this resource teacher felt for that time it was going to be okay. So all of those things are on the table, but I think we should approve the waiver, but I can assure you that Fred does have good conversations with districts when these things do come up.
Okay. All right. Motion? Board Member Molina?
I just want to reiterate the conversation we just had is absolutely the truth. And again, that graphic that you showed us is the reality of what we experience. Currently, on a personal level, our district cannot balance our numbers right now. It has been a very, very difficult piece. Not only do we not have individuals to hire, right, in order to do this work, and that's really the reality, that there are none to be hired. We have 7 openings right now.
In special ed.
In special ed. And we are moving children constantly to try to balance the caseload for every teacher. And the alternative, unfortunately at this point, in order to alleviate that concern of a teacher, is to put hire an aide, and we all know that that's not in the best interest of children. But when your hands are tied, it is what it is. So I don't want to take her motion away, but I'm ready to make a motion.
Yeah. But you've identified the root cause of this.
Absolutely.
And we can do this or not do this, but
there is no malintent.
The root cause is we don't have special, and it's really getting worse. I mean,
it is, we're in a
Fred's
very
nodding,
serious
yes.
predicament at this point.
Yeah, so that's what we ought to be working on.
But again, in the context of this particular waiver, it's not an instructional program issue. It's not a classroom teacher that we're doing, that the waiver is asking for a class size waiver. This person in this way, involved in this waiver, does not provide direct instruction to the students on her caseload. She manages their instructional program.
Okay, so we're now ready. Do we have for a motion?
I will move the staff recommendation on this waiver.
Okay, is there any public comment on the motion? If not, all those raise your hands. Okay. And now we're down to the proposed consent items on our regular agenda. So, well, we have one more waiver, waiver number 11. Yes, and so we are going to hear waiver 11, and Rucker needs to recuse yourself. It's a class-size penalty waiver. Go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Peter Fajato, the Director of School Fiscal Services Division here at the department. I'm here to present W11, which is a request by 2 districts to waive portions of the education code that require the superintendent to calculate and apply a reduction to a school district's LCFF funding if they exceed certain class size averages in grades 1 through 3. The penalty is triggered if a monthly average in an individual class exceeds 32, or if the overall average of all individual classes exceeds 30. The department is recommending that the SBE make the finding noted on the item and approve the waiver with the conditions that the districts do not exceed the individual and overall averages noted in attachment 1. And I'm available for any questions.
Is there any public comment? No. Okay. Motion? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, and now we're down to the proposed consent, which is item, somebody should get Member Rucker, which are our regular items 9, 10, and 11 on consent. So are there any public speakers on these? Yes.
Jesse Aguilar for item 10.
Okay.
Jesse Aguilar for the California Teachers Association. About 13 years ago, well, for about the last 13 years, accountability has kind of been defined as teacher quality, and it's been that way for a while, and that really needs to change. And that means we need to hold other people accountable, school boards, administrators, state board members, and LEAs, including charter schools. In regards to this item, the CTA is generally opposed to retroactive requests. In this case, a retroactive request for determination of funding. And we understand that the waiver was granted in July and another waiver in May, so we get that. But we do believe that there is an accountability issue here, and that LEAs and charters need to be held accountable in regards to getting the applications in on time. And it would be our hope that the state board kind of takes a look at that and kind of starts holding people's feet to the fire in regards to getting applications in on time. That's basically it. Thanks.
Okay. So I'm ready for a motion then. Second by Member Holliday. All right. Any public comment on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, and now we are open to general public comment. These are on items that are not on our listed agenda. And do we have any speakers for general public comment? Yes,
Teresa
we do.
Capellas.
Yeah, come up, please. You can just come up. Yeah.
And Mark Philpart.
Good afternoon, President Kirst, and Executive Director Staff Walters, and members of the board. My name is Teresa Capellas, and I'm the Executive Director of Administrative Services for the Alameda County Office of Education. And I'm really excited to announce that the Alameda County Office of Education was awarded a 3-year federal grant to establish and implement a charter school authorizers regional support network, also known as CARSNet, to serve California charter school authorizers. Our plan is to build a sustainable, evolving network of relationships, training, and services across the state. We've already begun collaborating with several county offices of education, school districts, and representatives from FCMAT, CSSA, CSBA, SSC, CSDC, lots of acronyms, CCSA, NACSA, and the California Department of Education. Our focus is to increase and improve the accountability of charter authorizing with 6 or fewer charter schools in their portfolio. This group makes up 92% of all charter authorizers in the state and 30% of all charter authorizers across the nation. Our project has 4 goals. The first goal is to develop a sustainable regional support network. Goal 2 is to increase authorizer quality and support through California for small authorizers. Goal 3 is to implement the collection and analysis of data to improve small authorizing practice. And lastly, to disseminate this information to a national audience. We believe that we can increase the effectiveness and efficiency of charter authorizing professionals through several major components, which is included in a handout that I'm shared with you that has been passed out. We're estimating that our services will touch more than 90% of all California small authorizers in the next 3 years. Our first annual conference is this October 1st in the San Diego area, and we're hoping that it's going to enable authorizing professionals to interact and find valuable information that supports their work. The second handout you've received provides more details about our upcoming conference and information. Thank you very much for listening.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laura Lashlock from Central Unified School District, and I originally signed up to speak to item 2, which was withdrawn, but we wanted to say that we are thrilled with the things that you discussed regarding NGSS assessment and the idea that the rigor needs to be maintained in any assessment that's created, that we are very interested in project-based problem solving and integrated approaches to the NGSS, so we thank you for that and look forward to what happens in the future. The second item is one that is just a quandary that we believe that we're in, and it has to do with our English learners who are also special education students. As we look at what we put in our LCAP and how we're meeting the needs of our English learners, we have concern about reclassification of English learners who are also special education students who have issues with either they're nonverbal or they are deaf or they have other issues, so that their English language development is commensurate with their ability. Right now, in the information that we can find, it's from 2010. The guidance from CDE indicates that there's one assessment that we can locate, which is approved as an alternative assessment, and it's through Ventura County Office of Education. We're just wondering if there's any more current information regarding that, especially in light of what we're doing with our English learners and how we're trying to support them through our LCAP document. So we would appreciate any support and guidance you can provide in that area. Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the public comment, and the board is adjourned till tomorrow at 8:30.